Oh, I need to turn. Fuck. Forgot to do that. All right, I think I got it all sent. All right, now we need to turn off ads because I don't know why. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I have to literally turn off. I have to go to settings. Oh, here it is. I have to literally turn off monetization because it's like pre-roll and display ads are automatically inserted. Yeah, that's insane. The main reason I don't like automated ads, like it's not even that I don't even like ads. I just really don't like automated ads because let's say I'm like actually sitting here talking about something, and someone's like actually listening, someone's actually like invested into what I'm talking about, right? And they get cut off by an ad. Bro, that is the most gut wrenching feeling ever because it's like, all right, well, I give up. I don't care anymore. Like you just move on. You're not like pissed, but you just move on. It's like, dude, that would suck. Imagine I'm actually like talking about something productive and someone's actually invested and that happens. That would suck. That's not the only reason I don't like ads, but that's a really big reason I don't like automated ads. I think automated ads are a little dumb. I get pre rolls, I get all that stuff, but like, man, the automated ads are just ugh. What if something crazy was happening? What if I was like, "Oh my god, guys, this crazy news came out today," and then you get like an automated ad hit you. That would suck. So yeah, I don't know why you have to go manually turn those off every time. What's up, the Letterbuck? Good to see you. Good morning, Sandollar. I saw those charts. Good morning, Alex. Good to see you, brother. Started the stream a little early, but I've literally been sitting here an hour, so I was like, all right, I'll just start it up, see who's on. I know most people won't join till the open anyway, or right after the open, so that's fine. Shout outs to the people who show up a little early though, just because the pre-market info is, I feel like I used to put more energy just into the pre-market stream. Like there used to be a legit just pre-market stream, and then I would end it, and then I'd start again, and I'd name it something different. Now I just try to do it all in one stream because I don't see the point in doing that. But you can go back to like my old streams or videos, and there's legit streams that are just for creating watch lists or just for pre-market prep, and then we'd end that stream and start another one, and it'd be like for the live market. But those streams had more views for some reason. I think it's because people really like the beforehand stuff. I think it's super easy in today's world to be like, well, guys, it moved down from here, so that was obviously bearish. It's like, yeah, no shit, you're saying that because you saw it happen. It already happened, but it's not easy to sit there and say those kinds of things beforehand unless you're like actually confident in what you're looking at. Like right here beforehand, we should be a little bit more bearish than bullish. That's already right out the gate, not just because of the news, but because of the context of the levels. Price has done a really good job of recovering, but to what? To the two levels we were going to be bearish under today anyway. We were bearish under this from yesterday's post, which again I posted those pretty early yesterday, not to annoy everybody in chat, but we should still be a little bit more bearish than bullish as long as we're under these two levels. Is essentially our game plan right out the gate. Though I would like to point out we did gap down and it did recover from a really good target. Right, our main targets for this week to be honest with you. If we were breaking under this level, we're going to be that 675, of course, because that's not just from the smaller time frame, it's from the larger time frame. A lot of these levels are. But to the 672s to see, okay, if that breaks, are we really going down under 670? That'd be interesting. And we've already kind of done that this morning, moved back up, held it, and now we're kind of bumping our head against the levels that we were looking to be bullish over if they held, or bearish under if we were under. So I don't know. We have a little bit more bearish than bullish context there, but we've already hit a good bearish target, so it makes sense why price has gone up. But I don't see any change in the news, so I don't see why we should be recovering super heavy unless things get priced in. But you'll see things getting priced in because you'll see multiple days in a row of sectors either doing the same thing over and over or us building in the same direction, but there will be some consistency somewhere. We don't have any consistency in news, so that's why I say that. So that's why that might not work. For people who are looking for things to go, one direction all at the same time. Why is this only... Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to ban 2 bots out of chat this morning. That was annoying. Their names were like full-on barcodes. What's up, Fipo? Good morning. Or it's not morning for you, but you know what I meant. Yeah, you're almost done with work. I'm still waiting for the market to open. The world, man, it's huge. Let me delete all these annoying purple lines. I probably don't care about those. I just like to get really crafty with the chart whenever we're actually talking about it. I can't not touch it. And then for anybody's info, this dotted line is the only level that's different from the rest of these. It's just the previous day, 50%. I just wanted to see where it was, because if we're going to pump from here, I want to be able to confidently be like, all right, it should go towards 680, because I think it's easy to sit here and say previous day close, but there's just so many levels from just the previous day right here that I think it's better just to look at that higher up one. Not because it's further, just because I feel like this is a more impactful level than your previous day close, so I feel like we should just look for it to go towards that, right? So I don't think it'll exceed that. I don't think we should have expectations of it exceeding that. If it does, that's impressive, and that's very strong. Maybe it is trying to go up to 681.60s, which is around the previous day high. It seems so far away because we've moved so far down, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think it's fair to be like, well, we're going to easily go to 685 today. I also, on the other end of that coin, I don't think it's fair to sit here and go, well, we made this move down, we went up here. That's a lot of movement, by the way. That's why I'm saying that. We're going to 669 or 665 today. It's like, I just don't think it's fair to say that. It's already moved so much. Not to take away from the fire of the market, but I'm just saying. But yeah, so again, a little bit more bearish than bullish already from the open. Not just because of the move or from the news. Of course, that has a huge effect. But just from the context of the levels, direction from this area is very important today. It really was even before this move happened. So it's just kind of funny that this is where it's trying to recover to and bump its head against, going into today. Aloha, what's up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Sorry, I've been kind of yapping. In the Discord as well, if you guys have access, there's different channels and stuff. I also take the time to go out of I don't know why I'm looking for it. I'll just type it. I really just need to put it down there, though. SPX. I have SPX posted. I'll make sure to update that at the open. IWM is already updated just because I have the pre-market info on that. Which that one's kind of nutty, just seeing it do the same thing as SPY. It's just different levels. And I've always said this in the past, but like SPY, Triple Q, IWM, they're all different. They have different weightings and stuff like that. Is really the only difference between them. It's just what sectors weigh more in each of them. But and then IWM, of course, representing smaller caps. So just again different, but still the same. Is the templates of them. Like yes, there isn't a 258 right now on SPY. Of course there isn't. If I said that out loud, you guys would think I was on meth. Of course not. We're in the 670s. There's no argument here on that. But the template of the price action, if I was to take away all these levels and the numbers and just make you look at the candlesticks and the positioning, you would see that there actually is a huge similarity a lot of the time. So I just think it's funny, you can actually have kind of a general game plan on like SPY, and then you have something basically the exact same thing happening on your Triple Q or IWM, your IGV, basically anything that's an ETF that has weights in it. You're going to have like a template of price action. You can kind of see we went down to these levels here, we broke it, we retook it, we're holding it, we're kind of bumping our head against previous day low. Go to SPY. Started way down here. We hit one of our target levels if we were going to continue being bearish. And now we're pushing up and look what we're not perfectly under previous day low, but look what they're just under. They're just under it. It's the next area. If you were to take away the levels and just look at the price action, there's a lot of similarities in where they are, where they're headed, just by looking at the past couple days and in relation to where current price is. I just think that positioning context is super important. And that's really the bee's knees behind everything in our strategies in our community is just context. I feel like we put so much more value than most traders into the context. I think everybody sees that we're under previous day low headed towards it, but do they see that information and go, oh, I know that that's probably going to magnet towards that just because of where it's placed before the open? No, most people probably don't think about it like that. So I think that's just the main thing. Of course, the levels are nice, or whatever way you get your levels. If you're still drawing emerging candles, great. If you're doing just previous day and pre-market levels, great. If you're doing drawdown fibs and you're just looking at the least amount of levels as you possibly can, great. Make sure you're still drawing your CDO and PDCP, just so you have that short-term direction for smaller time frames. But again, the template of the price action is so important, like the context of it. And you'll see too, that's a really big common theme in a lot of my videos of the last year and a half, 2 years now. It's not just the levels anymore. It really is the context of what you're getting from those levels. Don't just be bullish because green candle close over level. Don't be a caveman. But if you know that a good level just held and you got a bullish engulfing down there and it just did a good bounce at a good level, right? And then it's bouncing up and you like how it's kind of holding the 50% of something from the recent left, or just anything else to add on to that. Don't just eat the ice cream. Have an ice cream with the cherry on top as well. Always have that second confirmation, I guess, is another way to word it. In here you'll always hear me say, wait for the second thing, wait for the second thing. Good morning, Data J. Good to see you, dude. We got about 3 minutes until the market opens. I've done a fair share of talking in here. I was actually sitting in here for a very long time, but I didn't want to start the stream because I knew if I started it, I was just going to talk the whole time. I don't need to be talking in here for an hour and a half before the open. Because then I will talk that full 90 minutes. We'll see, though. Market is about to open just under 3 minutes. Also, before the open, I just wanted to say shout out to you guys. This video got to 32 likes just straight up, including myself, of course, and almost 300 views, which I know that doesn't sound like a lot out loud, but that is kind of a lot for my channel, considering I really only promote to you guys here on Discord or on my Twitter, which, again, if you go to my pages, you'll see I'm not really the marketing type. I don't go out and, hey guys, join my Discord link, do this, do that. You know, I'll sometimes say check out like a video and stuff or check out the stream, but it's very rare you see me go out there and be like, yeah, guys, follow this, do that. Like I'm really not the best, or not even that I'm not good at it. I just don't try. But shout out to you guys, seriously. Getting almost 300 views on a video like that is pretty crazy. Yo, 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 what's up, Matty Clams? Good to see you, brother. How is it up in the Clamsville? Oh, wait, you're not up in Clamsville. You are to the right of me now. I guess it depends how you look at the map. How is that Florida weather, though? It's been doing nothing but raining here. And just for anybody's curiosity, I will be flipping through XLK just because they are going to be battling the exact area I said that's in. Oh, come on. The exact area I said that it's going to have to probably mess around with for a minute before going to this area or this area next. And it's been stuck here for 3 days. Today will be the 4th. We broke it. We're pushing up, and I think we're slightly above this level now. So we're back to right here. So it's very important that it holds this if it really does want to work to this. If it breaks this, it starts to pick up the chances of re-reaching the 138, 139. What you're looking at here is the tech sector, the actual tech sector. So when you're looking at this is a very big chunk of honestly a lot of different parts of the market, not just SPY, but Triple Q, other ETFs that you may be looking at. So if that starts to pump, I don't see why this shouldn't go and at least, like I said, go smack the 50% of yesterday. If we see tech start to pull back, slow down, kind of give up on that momentum we're seeing here in the pre-market, then I have to believe that this is trying to pull back to the lows of this pre-market, maybe even some of these levels down here that we saw pre-market hit, like 672, which is crazy to say again because we just moved this much. Now we just moved this much. Like it's already moved a lot. I know some people are going to sit there and be like, well, that's just pre-market. That is still a lot of movement though. If you've ever heard of the market maker move or using ATR to help yourself just kind of point out how much fuel a day should or shouldn't have left, you'll know that already moving that much is pretty crazy. Also, for anybody who has no idea, because I don't really explain this a whole lot, this is the daily average volume over the course of, I believe, 30 to 31 days. I think it's 30. This is the today's volume, of course, pretty obvious, and then this is just a percentage of it. I don't really watch volume in terms of like, oh, this one's higher than that one, even though honestly that is like, have you ever gone bowling and you have like the railings on the sides to kind of help your ball stay on the, lane? I would honestly say that's what that's good for. Good morning, VC. Good to see you, bro. You're in Mini, Texas? Yeah. That is definitely Florida. Except maybe even more humid, which is crazy to say. Definitely need to hit the beach soon. Yo, what's up, Carter? Good to see you, dude. I've done a fair share of yapping. Did you guys check out any of the videos in the Discord? I did post 3. Normally, I only post 1 for the levels channel, and then sometimes I'll do it for the sectors. But I was like, fuck it, I'll do 1 for each of the channels this time. So I hope y'all take time to check it out. I did talk about a lot more than just the titles of the videos. I think I do that every time. That's a good trend in my chat. I suck at titles though is the real reason. It's not to be mischievous. I genuinely just suck at titles. What's up, Tobias? Good to see you, brother. How is the weather in Norway? Remember, guys, we have a lot of value, I should say, in direction from this area here. I don't know why I'm making this X so long. But between these two levels here, it's very, very important that we have direction from this. We're also kind of using the momentum of this chart to kind of add on to that. So if this is breaking under a key level that you have marked or something on the chart, like a previous day control point or the current day open, it's a very good chance that we're pulling back. If this is trying to go up and it has the support of other sectors, there should be no reason why we're not going up. So at the open, it's honestly kind of a popular thing, instead of just staring at SPY like I was just doing, to actually flick through your sectors and get a good vibe check. Everybody should be doing a vibe check this morning on your sectors. What is the vibe check? Do they look like poo or do they look great? Let me know. Honestly, I just went through most of them and they honestly all look like crap. Except tech. Tech was actually trying to go up a little bit. And again, use a reference point. Where does it look like crap from? What does it look good from? I'm mainly looking at the today's open when I'm seeing that. So when I'm seeing that, I'm like, okay, they're holding from the open. I go to this one, I'm like, oh, well, they rejected. I go to this one, oh, well, they went up and then rejected. So they at least tried. They're just there. They just exist. Rejected. Reject, which this one isn't a big deal. This is staples. These last two really don't matter. I just like to watch them because I like watching defensive stuff. So if I see tech going up and I don't really know what the fuck the rest of these are saying to me, and I see staples doing the opposite of tech, I have a little more confidence in the tech move. Like right now, actually, it's a good example. Tech is actually going up and this is just dumping through the floor. So if this makes a new low under pre-market, and this continues like it is above pre-market high, previous day close right there, there is no reason why SPY shouldn't try to go up here. Unless every sector just dumps to the floor. All right, let me delete these trend lines because that's actually annoying as hell to look at. Let's turn this off because it's honestly kind of ugly. Ah, so much nicer. Let's do that. Throw some of this at that, throw some of that at this. I just, now that we have the context on, okay, where was everything, I think it's time to, okay, let's zoom this out. I think it's time to kind of look at it from this point of view now. Also, it helps us focus on the key levels. I think when you're looking at pre-market, it's really easy to see that uptrend and be like, oh, well, we're bullish. When in reality, we're opening at a resistance when we closed above it last week. So this is a huge deal. Us breaking this, not just from breaking it, but opening under it, is kind of a big deal. Like I said, you're a little bit more bearish than bullish from open until we see some consistency over these two levels. Does anybody need any re-explanation on any of that? I see staples still just or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, staples still they did make that new low, but it looks like tech slowed down. And see, now that you have like positioning from actually looking at it, you can kind of keep an eye on the net change a little bit more. It's kind of hard to pay attention to this when you aren't actually looking at them. So it's good to kind of get a good look at them. And then it's like, okay, I know from about here it can look better. So if I start to see the net change go to like minus 0.50, I'm like, okay, well, that thing fell. Is more or less what I mean on that. Which, honestly, this is pulling back while this is still pulling back. So that adds on to that bearish sentiment that I've already been, saying over and over and over again in here. See if that continues, though. If that continues, definitely seeing a larger red day on our hands. Because that would mean every sector's pulling back. We're not seeing any kind of defensive rotation. Besides, of course, energy, but that's a little bit of a no shit kind of thing, because it's like, duh. The whole point of the news was energy related, so of course this would go up. I wouldn't necessarily say that's like a defensive rotation, And I hate when it does that. You gotta like re-zoom in. How are you guys though? How's everybody in the stream? I've been yapping a lot. Let me see what you guys are up to. What are you looking at? How was your weekend? If you don't care about that stuff, cool. What are you looking at? Yeah, only market hours is 8:19. Yeah, that's crazy. I feel like it's still a lot. New week, new opportunity to lose some hard-earned cash. Nice. Good morning, by the way, if I miss anybody's message. Sometimes it does jumble the messages in a random order for me. Like the pinned message for me is at the bottom of the chat. Is the pinned message at the top or bottom for y'all? Because I could have swore it's supposed to be at the top of the chat, not at the bottom. I had it tough if you lose $1,000. Actually lost for return at least. Core weave, the second thing is what I'm looking for. Hell yes, brother, the second thing. I really hope that sticks with more people because I'm not trying to say like I have to dumb this down so you idiots understand it. I'm saying I think it's good to dumb things down like that so it is the easiest to understand. I truly think that that's the best form of like memory. It's not. I mean, I feel like as a kid, writing things on flashcards was pretty helpful, but like until you actually did the action, I'm sure some of you agree, you know, until you actually do it yourself, it's kind of hard to remember. But I feel like the best form of memorization is like breaking something down to a further extent, like just making it dumbed down as much as possible. Like you know those books, it's like how to do this or that for dummies. It's like the for dummies books or whatever. I mean, I've never read one because you know I invented them, but that's what I mean though. Like just breaking something down more. I feel like that's the easiest way to remember something because it truly says, "Hey, I understand this thing. I can repeat it over and over. I can even explain it a different way." I feel like that's the best way to remember something. I know that sounds really stupid. Pump till 9, then dump at CST. Very possible. I'm honestly not looking for a huge move like super quickly. I just want to see some consistent price action around this area first, just because, like I said, we've already moved a lot. Even if I am a little bit more bearish than bullish from this area, it is still kind of crazy how much we moved in pre-market already. Vibing with the gang, watching Meta above PDL for possible shorts and above previous week high and previous day call or previous day high for calls. I'll actually take a look at that. I haven't looked at Meta too much. I say that as it's around whatever the hell this is. What is this? Oh, this is the 50% from this outside bar right here. Outside bar, and then it pumped, and then since then it used it as support. It's crazy. It's back at this as resistance now. But I think that's what all this is. I think I was just trying to, which I think it's that one. Yeah, it's that one. Which I guess I'll leave that mark. That's actually a good level. I think the only other thing I'd add is this 50%. And this one. God, you really got to go to 5-day, 5-minute right now. For TOS users. You said previous day low. It's about right here. I would honestly like it already under whatever PDCP is, because I feel like, yeah, I was going to say, I feel like it's gone up to that and rejected. Like I said, it's a template. We're doing the same thing on a lot of charts right now. It's just at different key levels, right? In like SPY's case, SPX's case, IWM's case, it's the previous day low. Some charts like Meta, it's at the PDCP. So there's different key levels that things are pulled back from. Now we'll see if they continue to pull back or if they're going to retake those here over the next 30, 40, 60 minutes or so. Y'all know how it be sometimes. I guess you didn't need the 50% on SPX today. You got previous day high right here. You got previous day low right here. You don't really need the PDCP today on SPX. Just updating that for the right channel, and then IWM. I don't really need to add much on this. I honestly just need to repost it with the open already happening now. I like to get a good picture of it from the open because I feel like it's a good starting point for context. I feel like if I jump into it too late, I'll be too bullish or I'll be too bearish, when in reality I should have already had a somewhat bias thought of before the open, from certain areas of the chart instead of afterwards, where I can easily shift my focus or shift my bias and then afterwards be like, oh, well, I was always bullish. It's like you're giving yourself a free out. And then where's Amazon? Nice, guys. I just had a fake Bueller Trades at me. That was really smart of them, huh? Dot Bueller Trades ban. That's a crazy thing to do. Bro added the real Bueller Trades. Crazy work. All right, I don't have the right chart on for this, clearly. There we go. That looks a little better. Yeah, I was wanting to see what Amazon does today because it looked like it was going to just hold over this level going into the end of yesterday. But then I look at the chart this morning with pre-market. I'm like, damn, it looks like it's going to reject this level. So kind of nice to see that happen already a little bit, but not like it dumped too crazy today yet. Yeah, Amazon, what you doing, dude? XLK. Oh, I can't zoom in. XLK did continue to pull back from when I was looking at it. Did Staples also stay down? They did. So SPY is probably a couple red candles down now. Unless something's holding on for dear life. Oh, banks are trying to go up. Comms pulled back. Discretionary, they pulled back and are wicking. They're stuck inside of the wicking candle now. The hammer. Healthcare also tried to go up alongside the banks just now. Staples still pulling back. Energy is kind of irrelevant, not relevant right now. It's probably just going to go up. And tech still pulling back, so we do still have that vibe of things trying to pull back a little bit from the open. So honestly, I won't be surprised if we're at 675 in the next 20-30 minutes. Especially if things continue like this. Tech pulling back. Banks were trying. They went red as well just now. What I mean by that is they've been red, but I mean like against the level that honestly could help them pump if they retake it. So if they go red against that, it adds on to, okay, it's trying to go down again. I would like to add comms or near a support. Discretionary not moving a whole lot. Healthcare above a support. Staples trying to dump. I don't know why I keep clicking energy after I just said it was irrelevant. See, I kind of keep my eye on this, I guess. Is it about to dump or hold here? Because that'll kind of tell the tale of the rest of these. I might even let Staples go green again. Like I said, definitely want to see some consistent price action first. I also like to go to this chart to look at the daily, just because it has the same key levels from the larger time frame, just without all the smaller time frame stuff. Just to kind of remind myself where are we at. I think it's easy to get lost when you zoom in too much. As you can see there from last week, did a pretty good job of closing over and even getting a good reset candle here. Pushing back down, and just to kind of see from this green candle, where is the PDCP? It's that 677.46 from this chart. Just to show you all. We're under the two key areas, not just from larger time frame, but also from smaller time frames. So we're kind of looking to see, are we trying to continue down from that right now? That's why we're saying we're a little bit more bearish than bullish from at the open. is because of where we opened. Also, we want to see more than just one thing happen, especially today because of how much price action moved this morning. As a lot of you know, we went down to like that 672, 69 level just about, and we recovered back up to here all in pre-market. For a good reason, too. That was pretty big news. I feel like a lot of us expected it, so that's why it wasn't as bad the second time around. I think everyone's catching on to the, up, down of the news here recently. Where did we discuss CoreWeave? I did not. I believe that's Sandollar who is showing that. But I don't know when it was discussed or if it was. That's just where I know it came from. I have no idea. Nice bump here right before 9 o'clock. Tech still holding on for dear life. Crazy wick on that candle as well. You just bought long-term stinks. On CoreWeave or on what? It's at the top for you? That's crazy, dude. It's at the bottom for me. Maybe I need to refresh. I'm kind of scared to refresh as the person that's streaming, to be honest with you. By the way, guys, welcome, all of you. There's 25 beautiful people in here. Thank you guys for being here. Again, if you didn't catch it earlier, I was giving you guys credit. Thank you guys again for the support on the latest video. I know I said I wasn't going to be posting a lot of videos, but I just think it's incredible a channel like mine can even get that many views on a video, because I really don't promote myself that crazy at all. So seriously, all credit goes to you guys for doing whatever you did. All credit to you. Maybe I'll do another one. I don't know what I would do the next one on. That one was about key levels on the short term again. I don't know what the next one would be about. It is crazy though how many people were like screaming for buying dips last week. I'm not even talking. I'm not talking when I say that. I don't mean people who are like long term buying shares of things, or even leaps. I guess it's not really the craziest thing, but the people who constantly keep trying to tell you where the bottom and top is, it's like, dude, just stop. If there really is like a small room of people who know like exactly what's going to happen, my brother in Christ, you are not in that room. So stop trying to, act like you know where the tops and bottoms are. Player consistencies, player probabilities. If you start to see consistency in something, take advantage of that. Don't try to guess. Of course, there's higher reward with higher risk, but that doesn't mean you should take the higher risk. So I don't blame you for having that mindset. But there's a lot of people nowadays who just want to be right in front of a lot of people. It's like, dude, it's not that big of a deal. If you're trying to be right, you're probably not trading. Like if that's the thing you care about, is trying to be right. Because of course you want to be correct in your trade, but if you're trying to appear correct all the time to everyone, like you're probably not actually trading yourself. Don't get me wrong, it's good to be correct. It's good to want to be right. You should want to be confident. That's not what I'm trying to deter here. But the cockiness, the ego-ness stuff, that stuff is definitely ugh. That'll literally lose you trades. And then you'll be sitting there wondering, like, why isn't it working? Because you're so confident, you're so dead set on that you are always correct. It's the worst feeling ever. Especially if he has a meltdown, Gufter. Yeah, every time he complains, we go down a little bit more, and then it's the low. He's not wrong. He's just not right. What's up there? Who do we all got in the stream? If you guys haven't already, be sure to drop a thumbs up on the stream. Damn, I almost was like, man, I kind of want to look at Tesla because its pre-market was crazy. I'll show y'all real quick. I was looking at this one and Amazon, which they're in the same sector, because the pre-markets were looking really good on them. Like, yes, they fell just like everything else, but like, look at how much consolidation they had, and then they started to rise up, and now you have their opening doing really well. That was a big reason I posted Amazon, because it's just like, it's got like this nice drop, but it instantly was trying to be back up, and then it consolidated for a fuck ton. So I feel like good dips can be bought from here if we have a day that goes up. Like right now, if you see tech is trying to go up, even healthcare and tech are trying to go up. That's a really big deal. You won't always hear me say healthcare and tech going up at the same time. It's actually very common that we sometimes see like at key moments when tech needs to hold something or go up, you'll see healthcare go down. Not even that they're an inverse. It's just I feel like we almost never see them fight together. But when they do, we see really, really impressive moves on the SPY. Especially if banks start to go the same direction, which I see they're back above that 50-54. I was a little worried for banks at first this morning because they were under this level. But they were one of the first to pop their head back above. Not just from their open, but above a key level as well. Yeah, I was like, when is this going to go back down? I feel like that goes back down now that tech's pumping. All right, so let's go check our SPY chart. We do kind of have that vibe that buyers are trying to free this up a little bit more. So we should be seeing us back above those key levels like we're seeing, but not with like a bunch of excitement. It's nice that we got our head above it, but that's really all we have right now. It's kind of how we were for the Bears this morning. It's like, yeah, we're under the levels, but like I need to see some more. So it's nice we're above this, but it's like, all right, what else is happening? So kind of keeping my thumb on that. That's why I'm also checking individual equities, because you're 100% going to miss really good plays if you're only focused on SPY on days that SPY probably is just going to consolidate out. But that doesn't mean everything is consolidating. There's plenty of things that are popping off or falling through the floor right now. Apple had a really big struggle this morning, if you didn't see. And then we already saw some of these, like I just talked about Tesla doing really well today. Coin, if you're in my Discord, you'll always see me post Coin, because I'm not even the biggest crypto guy. I'm not. You'll ask anybody in my chat, I'm not. But I love the Coinbase chart. I really love the Coinbase options chain. Same thing with Amazon. I don't know why. I have like some hidden love for these two, but I really, really do like Amazon's options chain as well. So I do try to look at it. Plus, it's in the same sector as Tesla, so it's not like it's in bad company. IGV doing really well today. This is a part of the tech sector. Intel's doing really well, but that's like it's like saying the sky's blue. It's like, no shit. They've been doing really well. What's up, guys? If you're in the stream, let me know what you're looking at. If you can spare me the thumbs up on the stream, spare it. If you want to share what you guys are looking at, feel free to. Plenty of people have already done so. Feel free to add on to that. If you guys do share stuff, though, and you just share the ticker, like I'm not trying to make fun of you guys, but like if you just share the ticker, like I don't know what you want me to do. I'm not gonna just go to charts. I need context. What am I looking at? Why am I looking at it? CoreWeave. I know CoreWeave's going up. Sand Dollar was killing it, and then I think Tobias just talked about it as well just now. Weekly short term, bet. weekly short term, which I've been using this one a lot recently. I added it to my time frames with 6 month weekly. I kind of like just the short term just to see what's there, but I really like the weekly time frame a lot. I also just like it a lot because the levels you throw on this are really, really, really helpful for when you go down to like the daily and even like the smaller time frames, like a 5 minute. It's crazy how strong weekly levels can be. So I always try to take a gander at that just to kind of see what it looks like. Yeah, I figured that's what you were doing, Tobias. I didn't think you were doing options. Honestly, that's what I figure you're doing most of the time when I see you post. I just think you're doing equity, which which is really easy to follow because it's like it's just all right. Where'd they buy? You don't really have to worry about other variables like on an options contract. So it's a little easier to follow your updates because it's not really like, oh, how much is he down? How much is he down? I could just go look. And it's just cool to be in equity. I really like the CoreWeave. Sorry, I was trying to talk and look at the same time. I like this CoreWeave chart a little bit just because there's a lot of consolidation right here. And it's finally kind of getting above like the top of it. I mean, it's not above the high, of course, but the meat of it is down here. And it's kind of above it right here towards the end of last week. And it's starting out this week like this. It's a very good sign that it is trying to go to higher levels, which I think these are just drawdown fibs from the daily, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure I see a move down and I just get addicted to drawing drawdowns. So, I mean, there's a good chance it's going to the 120s. I honestly wouldn't be shocked. That's a crazy weekly, but remember, it is only one day, so it's not really fair to say on the weekly, hey, this should pump. Like, duh, it looks like that. It's Monday. It's green. But it's a good chance, especially if SPY does really well this week. Which, speaking of SPY, as you guys can see, it's been doing really well. Where is it at? And remember, at the beginning of the day, we were a little bit more bearish than bullish, but we really wanted to see more price action reject this or get above this and do something from it. Still kind of waiting on more, but it is nice to see actual further, movement from that level. And at the same time, when we saw the price retake, we saw tech actually trying to retake and go back up. So it kind of gave us that vibe of like, okay, this is trying to go back up. So I don't want you guys to sit in here and be like, "Oh my God, we were bearish at the open. We have to be bearish all day." No, you're gonna be switching that up, but don't just switch up randomly because you feel like it. Switch up because of what you planned before the open. If you sit there and you try to make up things after the open, it's really easy to just kind of tunnel vision on we should go up, we should go down. Right now we should be going up. Why should we be going up? Because tech is pumping. We did get the reversal on the defensive sector. It did go down while tech was trying to go up. That further adds on to this. What else went up while tech went up? Banks. We talked about that right at the open. It was a little kind of scary for them because we thought, okay, wow, they could reject this and go down. They retook it on the fourth candle. What did we see on the third candle on healthcare? A retake of the key level 146.90. So we started to get that vibe of like, okay, maybe this is trying to go back up. But not just because we felt it, because we could actually point out why it looks like that or why it should do that. Breaking open SPY, seeing the sectors, what's trying to go up and down at the same time, based on where SPY is at. Do those sectors help out or does it kind of hurt where SPY is at? Right? If everything started dumping this morning, look where SPY was at. It'd be a very good chance on us going down to 675. A couple key sectors going back up while SPY is at such a key area kind of flips that feeling. It's like, okay, damn, maybe they are really strong in comparison. Where should they go? If go back to the beginning of my stream, you'll hear me talk about, and I'm not trying to sit here and say, guys, did you guys catch this pump? No, I really am just trying to show you the power of the context behind levels. This morning, go back into my stream. If I said, if we pump today, we're going to go very close to this dotted line. Look where we just went. Look where we just about went. Didn't perfectly get there. Pretty much stopped at the price action that's under that level, but still, I think it's pretty cool to see that at least play out. Nothing crazy, I'm not even trying to sit here and be like, you should have been in calls from here and you should have made 10,000% right here. No, I'm just trying to show you you should be able to kind of pick up on where this should or shouldn't be going just because of where SPY was holding at a certain time when certain sectors were pumping or dumping. Let me know if that makes sense. Sometimes I just kind of talk, and I don't know if I'm actually getting across, but let me know. I'm not trying to sit here and like monger people into trades or out of trades. I'm just trying to go over why something should be going up or shouldn't be going down or whatever, the case is in front of us. And then explain it. I don't want to just sit here and, be a caveman. Got a nice 40% on meta scalp in and out, bounce beautifully. Damn. You did end up getting a meta trade. Nice. Where is meta? Oh, right, staring right at it. This is a good one. This is the same sector as like Netflix and Google. If you ever see a good Google day, you're probably seeing a good meta day. More chances than not. It's not always going to be the case. Same reason I like Tesla and Amazon. It's just cool that they're in the same sector. So I know if discretionary is really strong that day, like XLY, it's kind of nice to look at these. If I see XLC is pumping, it's kind of nice. You can go see Netflix or Google or like what you're looking at, Meta. Super cool. Have you guys been getting better at sectors and remembering stocks within the sectors? I know I've posted a couple pieces of homework in the past like 6 months about sectors, but does anyone here feel like they've gotten better at remembering some of the names? Or at least remembering what belongs to what equity belongs to what sector? It's only Monday, stuck in the warehouse today. Dude, I hope it's not crazy hot out there. Like, to make it worse. Dude, yeah, nice though. Nice job though, Alex. 40% on meta. You have? Nice, Aloha. I just think it's good information. I don't know. It doesn't hurt you to know that information. You know, it, you're not gonna know that information and it ruin your scalp. It's like it's not like it's that big of a deal. I just think it's really good extra information to know. Plus, it actually teaches you what is the market. I think some people look at SPY and they think SPY is a equity, like a single company that you're buying. It's like no, you're buying like a really really big, really screwed up pie basically when you buy SPY, but it's an average of things because it has so many different sectors and it's weighted differently. Let's say you're someone who's more passive. You don't want to be so tech heavy. Then you can go find ETFs that do that. SPY is just the most popular one because it's seen as the best average. Is a routine for me looking at the rest of the sectors definitely helpful, fam. Nice. I'm happy to hear that seriously because I really do love the sectors. So when I see people mention it in chat, I get really happy. Holy shit, Seth is killing it. He has CoreWeave, Intel, and Marvel, and those are all up pretty good today. Nice, Tobias. I was checking your channel out too. What? Oh, I just typed XOKL. That's not a sector. Oh, nice. D-Touch linking a keyboard in the off-topic channel. So I'm just switching through and trying to update chat at the same time. Nothing new really though. Actually, what does that look like? I want to do that. Is that also set to 10? Nope, not even close. I was about to say. I want to fit it like that. There we go. I kind of like the 30-minute on tech because it gives you a better picture, while a smaller time frame on SPY. Because look, it feels like we're near resistance, and then right here we're near resistance. I'm not saying it's gonna dump. I'm just saying it makes sense why this didn't just pump through that. Tech slowed down. Did really well. No shit. Go look at the recent tech candle. I feel like that one makes sense. Still, not to take away from the buyers. That is impressive. But it's just all they did was go up to something that we already knew we weren't bullish above. All right, my bad. Let me see what y'all are saying in here. Top of the morning. What's up, Matty Ice? Nice to be back now. Chilling for now. My boss knows I'm trading because he hears the price alert triggering. He's cool with it though. Just don't go overboard, because I've had a boss in the past tell me he was cool with it too, and then literally put that as one of the reasons of letting me go. It's like, okay. Is Sophie making a move back up? Let's see. I'll be honest with you. I really don't look at buying long-term picks like that. Like I don't go over here and I'm like, oh nice, it's pumping. Like, not to say you're doing that. I'm just saying I really don't like to look at it like that. Because now in my head I'm like, oh nice, it's going up. This could change in 2 days. You know, I'm more in the mindset of like, I didn't mean to zoom out that much. Jesus. I'm more in the mindset of like, all right, nice. It's in a good area that I like. Let me buy some now, and then when it gets above my area, let me just cut that off. Which is kind of what we're doing with Netflix right now. You know, we've been buying, 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 buying. I've even had people tell me I'm fucking crazy for buying Netflix. Now look at me. Now I'm at my trigger, and I'm like, oh well, I can't buy anymore. I set my area. I said I want to buy all through here. It's gotten up to this point. I'm chilling. I've seen a few people in chat join me on this. Some people in silent, some people doing it more openly, but it doesn't matter. It's just, you know, if you like it, awesome. Let's stick to it. If you like this strat though, I hope you abuse it on your own with your own picks. I hope you like to go find your own and go, damn, I really like this company. And you do it. Not just with this one, but like just so many good ones right now. Like currently this one. I was about to say Netflix again, sorry. I guess maybe I shouldn't share all of them here because we're on stream. It's just you guys. And then Sophie, of course, as you already alluded to, and then the last one I really, really like right now is PayPal. Which I see some people be like, dude, I hate PayPal. I could never buy them. And it's like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize we did stock picks based on what we liked and didn't like. That's crazy. Like, I don't look at a stock and go, do I use it every day? I mean, it is helpful if you use it every day, but it's like, just because you have a bias on something doesn't mean it's necessarily good or bad. Like, it's crazy how many people I've seen say they don't like PayPal, but they'll use like Venmo or they'll use this or that. And it's like, brother, they're the same. It's like, all right, I just won't tell them. That's why some people are so surprised when I shared with them that payment processing number. Like, yeah, PayPal hasn't done the greatest performance wise, no shit on their chart, but they literally own almost half of the payment processing sector. That's crazy. Look at that pullback on SPY. Well, we've kind of already alluded to this kind of being at a rejection spot again. Very cool. Kind of interested to see if it holds on to this right here, just because that is kind of the close of this red doji candle. Also where the open of this large green candle is right here. So there's an interesting level about right there as well. Kind of the meat of where that is. And not an actual level, but just where short-term price action has gone to. Also, it's kind of cool because it lines up with, if you look at where the meat of like the lows of yesterday are, or not yesterday, sorry, Friday. It kind of lines up with that a little bit. Pretty cool. I'm just showing where I'm looking. I don't necessarily have that marked. I don't think it's necessary to have every little thing marked. It just kind of floods the screen a little bit. I almost typed it and sent it, and then I deleted it because I didn't want to be a negative Nancy in the Discord, but I almost typed, I could see us sticking between previous day high and today's current low just because of how much we moved in pre-market. You're right, he might get salty. It's, yeah, some people are like that though. Just be careful. I won't go into full details, but there were many things that I thought I was safe on at one of my past jobs. And then it turned out that, you know, we weren't all buddy buddy. And these things that they told me weren't issues were actually issues. People are weird, man. I would keep that shit as close to your chest as you possibly could. I would do that with a lot of things, honestly. Poor Amazon. Yeah, yeah. No, that's a good point. My bad. I should have rephrased that. Yeah, unless like they're like literally within your circle. You know, your close friends, someone you genuinely trust, not just someone who you think you trust, like a boss or an employer. I've made that mistake before. But yeah, that was a very good point. Not to say it's not cool to get recognition or extra attention or whatever the fuck people look for these days, but it really does lead to more problems than anything. And if you think about it, there really is no point in sharing some of that stuff. Like I said, unless it's, or like Kyle's said in here, you know, unless it's like to someone that you're genuinely close to, like there's just no point. Hammer holding kind of around that area we talked about just recently where the close of that candle is and where the open of that candle is. Why these are important is because this is where we close back above the key area. Remember what we said, this area decides direction today. So closing back above this, getting this good area right here built up, it's honestly not bad. So to build a hammer in this same area is a good sign for buyers. But what I would like to see is literally any of these sectors, sorry, literally any of these sectors add on to what tech is building. Because banks just kind of slowed up once they got up there. Comms pulled back. Discretionary pulled back. Healthcare slowed down. Staples are still just down there. And like I said, this is irrelevant. But it just kind of shows, you know, tech is really the only thing that went up today. And this is literally what I said I was scared of for a buyer move. Because what I mean by that is it might mean the buyer move is weak, right? It's not that we can't go up. It's that we might not be able to. But yeah, so that's the main reason. I don't want to just say that and then not explain that. I'm not trying to like scare people. It's just we are bullish above good levels. We're at a good spot on SPY, but it's like, dude, something needs to help tech out here. I don't care what, but one of these sectors need to help out. Nothing is helping it. Yes, they didn't fall more, but some of them are pulling back currently. So it just kind of diminishes the strength of the tech move, which will be displayed on the SPY chart. You know, you'll see tech going up, and this is just dojiing out or a hammer. It's like, just kind of feels weak because it is weak. You concur? Yeah. We need something else to help tech, or tech just needs to rip off the face of the earth. You know, it needs to just do it. Damn it, it needs to do its thing, which is also possible. Tech can do really well on its own. That much is known. I would also like to point out the small caps are on fire today. If anybody did not realize, I've gone to the chart a couple times, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, I called this going up. No, I didn't. But it is doing really well today. I like to look at this for performance. So it kind of also adds on to why we don't see such a crazy move in all of our big cap stocks. Your small caps are on fire right now. That's why I like to keep an eye on this because the Russells are just so fucking important. It's such good information too. Because a lot of people might look at this and be like, damn, the market's not moving today. It's like, what are you talking about? Small caps are flying. Just not the part of the market you're looking at. Let's be clear on that. By the way, thank you guys again for all the likes on the stream. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for messaging or whatever you've done to add on to the stream. I appreciate it. Make sure you drink water. It's easy to just talk a bunch and get a dry throat. Also, not that it's a super one-to-one to anything, but oil is up, the dollar is slightly up, and VIX is up. No, yeah, exactly. And not that any of those are, but it's just like it's impactful to know that context, you know? Oh, those are 3 markets that take away from the equity market? Oh, wow. Or 2 markets, sorry. 2 markets and an indicator. But it just shows, like, you know, volatility's up, confusion is up, the dollar is up. Oil was up more. But yeah, it's things that take away from the equity market. That's why I really like going over sectors, because it kind of teaches you that template of money rotates, money moves. I see banks joining the fight a little bit more. Nothing else really. Energy bouncing. I was interested in cost, and I'm kind of glad I just chilled on that, because that's crazy. That would have been a really good short, but man, you have to have balls of steel. Also watching coin. This is a crazy move. Good for Intel though. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. CoreWeave new high of day, dude. Nice. You're killing it on that right now. You and Seth and Tobias. I guess I'll just stay on this chart for a second. I mean, this is screaming. There's a shit ton of consolidation, which literally adds on to what I just got done yapping about. Just how much prices moved. I know that's a boring ass topic that no one wants to hear, but it is the truth of the market. At least sometimes. Nice 5-minute would be on SPY though. Let's see if we can start holding over previous day close for starters. Dude, I saw Nike last week. I saw that last week and I was like, damn, thing's down. It said hold my beer. I've always looked at Nike and always been interested in getting into it, like for shares, but I've never done it. I've never once done it, and I don't know what stops me. It has to be, I would say the thing that stops me from getting into Nike is the negativity that revolves around Nike. Like, everyone still buys Nike, but there's so much hate around Nike. So I feel like I've actually allowed that bias to stop me from getting it, which probably saved me now, but like, imagine other things that has probably happened on. It's not really a good thing. I don't really know why either. I just see like you'll just see like people like quote tweeting news and be like, "Well, Nike's at it again," or like sweatshop factory hate and stuff, and it's just like, do people not realize most companies do that stuff? Not to not to say that it's a good thing, just everyone does it, so why are you mad at it? Not to say it like that, but just like, why is Nike the company everyone takes it out on? It was my confusion. For every S&P 500 company, you could probably find one thing that they do that isn't really, morally good. (2021 to 2022), it was definitely up a lot. 130s, 120s. Jesus. I remember before COVID, it wasn't the worst. Like, I remember around this area, I really started looking at a lot of this shit like end of 2017 going into 18, but I didn't like invest or touch things till like 18 going into 19 probably. But yeah, it is kind of cool to go to charts like this and just see like a company like Nike, something that's been falling for a while. Where is it at in prices? Like, what year is it at? It's kind of fun to look at that kind of thing. I don't know if you guys do that too, but I love doing that. Yeah, like right now it's in like 2014, 2015. Uh, this is the first month of January, or I mean of 2014. Sorry. Here's the final candle of 2014. So that's 2014 right there. And they're stuck in it. It's pretty crazy. I won't say names, but I know a guy who got Moderna like down here somewhere. I don't really remember exactly where, but really cheap. I'd say like in the 30s. And he did hold to like crazy ass prices. He held to the through the first pump. This was definitely one of the craziest ones, bro. People forget how crazy Moderna was. Not just because of COVID, bro, but they had full on NBA players promoting this shit. That's another thing that's crazy too, is how quickly people forget. People forget who all promoted this. Like, there were people who promoted this that promoted what was the crypto thing that got taken down as like a scam? And there was like Tom Brady and Matt Damon supported it. That was fucking crazy. And Moderna used to be like a god when it came to stocks. Like it moved every fucking day. Honestly, the only other thing I remember trading as crazy as that was Roku. I was here for the Roku era. I remember my friend Jason just saying calls on Roku like every month. He'd buy like calls and then wait a month, buy more. Wait a month, buy more. Wait a month, buy more. And he just kept doing it till it didn't work. And as you can see, that worked for a long time. That dude made so fucking much. That was the first time I've seen someone legit make six figures. Like, I know some people post screenshots and some people like to pretend they're making money, but I have genuinely seen somebody make six figures on this before, which is fucking crazy. That shit really opened my eyes. I'm not gonna lie. To like larger time frame stuff. Like, I was always the guy who was only on the 1 minute or only on the 2 minute, or, I never zoomed out. But when I saw that shit, I started only looking at like, I feel like my favorite time frame is the daily now. Like, the daily has become my home. I can call out things on smaller and bigger time frames at this time frame now. He could do that, but like on larger, even larger than the daily. You're still not done with UNH? Yeah, I mean, UNH isn't a bad one. I feel like it's mostly past its worst days for now. Not to like jinx it. I think I might go back to the 30 minute. That was genuinely a like helpful time frame to see, because it just shows like, look, we're consolidating, we're at resistance still. You should probably be favoring puts until we're breaking above this, is what I'm trying to say. But to where, you have support literally right here. It's not like you're making the trade of the century. Not a bad spot though, if you had to do that there. Just so I'm being clear with everybody. Again, thank you guys again for all the likes on the stream. Thank you guys for being here. Be sure to share the stream link around and all that good stuff. Thumbs it up, whatever the hell. Or just say hi. Just saying hi is also cool. We also appreciate a hello. Anybody do anything cool this weekend? Still resistance here. Like I said, kind of expecting this to pull back as long as we're not pushing over that dotted orange line, which is again just the 50% of previous day. Which, now that I'm looking at it like this, is that also the 50% of that gap up? That would be nuts, right? I know it's right there. Okay, still. Just looking at it like this, it was almost like, oh wait, that's 50%, but that's up to here, not there. Common misconception. Rainy day in Houston, so boring. Yeah, man, it's been kind of muggy the past few days. We went on a 3 mile hike with the fam. That's fucking amazing. 3 miles. Like, did y'all do like a cool trail or like around a hill or something, or what y'all do? Like, was it scenic? I guess is what I'm trying to ask. Not just, oh, it was a forest. Shit, never mind. Very scenic. I feel like that makes it a lot easier. I remember this one time I was like walking on this hill and it was just tiring. But then I remember I did like the same distance through like what the forest and it was like didn't even feel like the same walk. I think it's just nice. You could like take your attention off things and just look at how cool things look. I feel like it's good for both sides. It's scenic and it might help you through your potential workout. Damn, that's very, very cool actually. And yeah, let me know if you end up, Alex, if you end up looking at anything on healthcare later in the day. I always like reading y'all's updates. If you have time, though, I know when y'all get busy, like it's not the end of the world. Even if it's aftermarket, feel free to share what you guys were looking at or might be looking at for tomorrow. Mainly asking Alex about healthcare because he does like healthcare a lot. Plus, UNH is back in the trending again. It was a mix of nice mid trails. Damn nice. Yeah, that's nice. Not just a boring like circle to walk. Bet appreciate you, man. I definitely respect whenever there's like people in chat who are like, I wouldn't ever be like, dude, you're a healthcare specialist, but it is nice when you know someone looks at something or a certain set of stocks or a sector like repeatedly. You know, it's their jam, it's their thing, whatever the hell you want to call it. Man, this is actually so entertaining. Are you guys having fun? Honestly, I didn't want to say that at the beginning of the stream to be a Debbie Downer, but it did kind of feel like we were about to have a meh kind of open. I just didn't know what was going to be the range because it could have been here and here. It could have been here and here. We could have pumped and the range would be from here to here. But it did feel like because of how much we moved in pre-market, we went down to like, excuse me, we went down to like here and recovered to here slowly over time, of course. It just felt like a lot of energy was already kind of used up before the day even began. Is what I'm trying to get at. But I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer for the stream and be like, guys, we're not going to do anything today because there was still a good opportunity for the move up, seeing continuation, even now seeing resistance against this area. But I don't want to be a liar either. It is pretty meh just because we're between here, but I don't want it to be like, oh, it's doing this randomly. No, there's a reason it's doing this. Kind of bringing it up now because, maybe we get a good move soon, but overall, it has already moved a lot during the day. Or in pre-market, sorry. Hmm. I got some more cold ass water. Dude, I've been talking so much in this stream, I did not realize it was almost 10 already. That's crazy. I feel like I say that like every other stream now, but it really does. It really is amazing how much like how fast time flies when you're just sitting here talking about stuff or trading or going over things or just whatever. It is funny though because I can catch myself if I start to pay attention to time more. It does move slower. Damn, very nice. No way my expansion area was on 6-7. That was not set that way. I had to randomly get that number. That's impressive. Damn, Amazon really is just squeezing its ass off from the open. SPX poking its head above. See if it gets anywhere from there. Banks and comms did good recovering. Discretionary still just kind of down there. Healthcare pulled back. Staples still down. Energy still down where it dumped down towards. Not that that's a huge weight, but might as well mention it. It is kind of relevant for the news, not really for weighting purposes. Let me edit that message so it shows that I'm watching Spy. In case someone's like, what the fuck is this? Alright, there we go. Core Weave, another new Hive day. Bet I'll check that out. I know there's a few of you in this. Have you tried Cure Electrolytes drink from Mix? No, I don't know if I have. What does that do? Cure mix for water. Hydrating electrolytes? I'll be honest with you, I have no clue if I have or not. Right, I mean, mainly what I have been drinking is just Ozarka. It's not like I'm drinking like. Actually, I don't actually know if Ozarka is good or bad on the scale of waters. I have no idea. I just know when I drink water that isn't Ozarka, I'm like, ugh. And I used to be able to drink like tap water. Let's see, where is Ozarka? I would also like to point out though the equals to Ozarka that are in different states because I forgot what it's like. One's called Arrowhead. There's another one called something else, but different parts of the country have Ozarka. It's just different like labels, different bottling, and it's different water. Like everything's different, but it's the same company. Because I've been to different states and I've had the different, you know, versions of Ozarka there, and they all taste different. Like Colorado's, when I drink the version that they have, I think they have Arrowhead. It tastes so dry, like there's a dry paste left in your mouth, but there's nothing there after you have a sip of Arrowhead. Like it's like, what the fuck did I just drink? It's the same. It's like when you buy like cheap like Walmart water. Like I know not a lot of people in here have probably done that, but like when you're on like a digging crew, like you don't normally give a shit at the quality of water you're buying. You just get some water, you know, and it tastes like that. It tastes like really just super cheap water, like something dry is left in your mouth, but there's nothing in there. It's just what the water does. But now, what does a Cure electrolytes do? Oh, you're saying for to add a little bit of flavor to it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really get that way because I drink so much of it. But I know that when I used to dig a lot and I would drink more than what I drink now, I would get very tired of the taste of water. Like I remember we got I forgot, it's like a different version of dehydration. It's where you are hydrated but you've been drinking like something bad, so it's I don't remember the name of it, but like me and my boss's thing had that happen to us though. We were digging all day and then we drank like a full on like 20 or 30 pack of waters, like those cheapo ones too, and we were just so sick of the taste of water that our bodies were like rejecting it. They were like, "Nah, nah, nah, we don't want this." So we had to like stop, go to the store, get Gatorade, and it did make everything better. But yeah, your body does need a little bit of a little bit of that. I don't know all the science, but I've definitely felt it. I can definitely agree with the science. I'll never forget that feeling. That shit sucked. That was worse than blacking out. Like I would rather black out again than go through that. That was the worst shit ever. Like when you're super thirsty, imagine being super thirsty, but you don't want water. Like, but that's all you have. It's the worst feeling ever. Getting to the point of where you hate the taste of water is the worst. I know there's probably a few people who have been in that scenario, but like that shit sucks. I'd rather black out. So yeah, definitely bring a Gatorade or literally anything with flavor, just to kind of change up the flow. I don't know what's in Ozarka, just to tell you, Alex. I have no clue what's in it. Yeah, even a powder is nice. Yeah, I feel you. What was I saying? Oh, Ozarka does have like a taste to it, but I don't really know what's in it. I'd be lying if I was like, oh, this is what's in. Like, I'm sure there's minerals or something in it, but it does have like a taste. It has something in it, but I don't really know what. That's probably why I like it so much because it has like a tiny taste of something. There are a couple of those really nice waters that taste really good, like not Smart Water, but what's the other brand that's like Smart Water? That one brand is really, really, really. I just don't get it because it's kind of expensive, but that shit's actually like insanely smooth. That's like the smoothest water ever, and it tastes so good. I could sit here and talk about water all damn day. Essential, it really is. Oh, is that the one? Oh, I think you gave me the name. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. It's like the tall bottles, right? Oh, this isn't the one I was thinking of, but this is just like the shit I'm thinking of, though. I don't know if I've had this water or not, but yeah, it looks just like this. I'm trying to think of the other one though. There, I won't even lie. The DJ Khaled water was honestly, I don't know if it still exists, but the DJ Khaled water was pretty good for a while too. Aqua Hydrate, was that the name of it? It had a really dumb name. Yeah, actually, I had it. It's right on the money. Aqua Hydrate. That one was all right. I think I stopped drinking it though. I don't remember why. It has a pH level of 9 plus. There's a couple of the ones that are like Smart Water though that aren't bad. I'm pretty sure Smart Water is bad though. I just don't remember if that's true or not. Smart Water is generally safe, but mostly market driven. It's not worth the high. Yeah, that's what I remember. It's not worth the higher price. It's just how we were all like raised to remember it because their marketing is like from another planet. Callaway Blue is the best plastic bottle water. I'll be honest. I don't know if I've ever seen this. That is a very cool looking bottle, though. The color of it is very cool. I know that doesn't really matter, but that is pretty cool. Yeah, I definitely have never had this. That has a very blue bottle. If I feel like giving myself microplastics, then that's the brand I prefer. The water quality is top tier. That's funny. Yeah, good water is important. What's y'all's favorite non-water drink? Non-alcoholic as well. Let's keep it like just straight up like normal drinks. What's like a normal drink that you guys like a lot that isn't alcoholic or water? Because I feel like it's easy to be like, oh well, fuck, just give me a whiskey, man. Like it's just so easy to say like something else. So let's keep it like between the two. What's y'all's favorite non-alcoholic, non-water beverage? I feel like I should also take coffee out of that, but I'll leave it in there for you freaks. Watermelon drinks? I feel like I never would have guessed that. Coffee? There you go, Garden. Get it in. Coffee drinkers are safe. Ginger ale, but coffee is my go to. Ginger ale, that's a good call. I haven't had ginger ale in forever. Coffee and water for me, that's it. Fair enough. I feel like that's kind of why I have to leave coffee in there because there really is just such a large population of people nowadays who only drink water or coffee, which, fair enough. What's better, drinking coffee all the time or drinking energy drinks? I feel like drinking coffee is probably better, right? Like, I'm not saying either of them are good for you. I'm saying out of the two evils, which one is less evil is probably how I should have ordered that. Spy finally breaking above the previous day control point. I can't type whenever I need to type things that are important. And remember, we saw a little bit of early, early buyer popping up on SPX. So that did kind of make me want to watch just Spy for a second to see if that would eventually match up with it. Just because it did feel like we were at resistance for the longest time ever, but tech's still pumping. I didn't even answer my own question. I'm trying to think, what would I drink that isn't water? I don't drink coffee. I don't drink energy drinks. If I drank coffee or energy drinks, my heart would stop or I would have the power to stop time. It's going to be one or the other. You do both too much. I'm actually trying to sit there and think, like, what is something in between? Not really lemonade. I'm not really huge on soda either. Like, I don't mind a Coke here and there, but it has to be with ice or it just tastes like ass. I don't know how people drink that shit out of a can. I don't know how people drink any sodas out of a can, to be honest with you. Maybe I'm the weird one, but I have never been able to drink soda out of a can. It just tastes so much worse. Oh, whoops. I'm not looking at this in the 5 minute. We're looking at this in the 30-minute today. All right, finally, we're seeing some unity here. We see Spy slowing down while Tech is finally at resistance. Finally. Finally, things saying the same thing at the same time. I'm the less evil. Vitamin water is good too. Oh yeah, vitamin water is not bad. Coffee healthier if you drink a lot, have decaf. Me and Garden just pounding coffee and water all day, every day. Coke slushies are very good. You are actually a leap ball knower. Oh, Maddie. Actually, Maddie might have answered it for me. Maddie Clams might have actually helped me get to my answer. It probably is sweet tea. I don't know why I forgot sweet tea existed. And I can tell you it is definitely a southern thing. I fucking love sweet tea. Though I have met people in Texas who don't like bacon or who don't like sweet tea. For real, you know me better than I know me. I didn't even think about sweet tea, but as soon as I read it, I was like, wait, yeah, that's my answer. Duh. Sweet tea, easily. Coke out of a bottle like back in the days. Oh, yeah. Glass bottles are different than cans. The glass bottles are like crack. I don't know what it is. I have figured out the difference between good soda and bad soda though, and why some places have it and some don't. So like if you ever go to like Taco Bell or McDonald's, I don't know, I don't remember which sodas. I think it's just Coke at McDonald's and it's like Baja Blast at Taco Bell. They're refrigerated like all the way. Your other lines are not. So that's why your sodas taste like ass at like a fast food restaurant, is because it's probably not refrigerated all the way to the restaurant or frozen even. Whereas like the Coke or the Baja Blast, like in those two examples, it is. And I only know this because in plumbing, technically the soda lines are an appliance. And you would do I did a few soda lines and I learned that some of them are like frozen or even refrigerated the entire shipment, while some of them are just left out. Like just syrup basically. While the other ones are like refrigerated syrup. Yeah, sweet tea is amazing. Sweet tea is like crack. I love sweet tea. Caught your moves this AM solid day. Nice, bro. What'd you do? What'd you do? I want to give you credit. I think market really wants to go up, but cautious of pump. No, yeah. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it is trying to build up, but it's just everyone's hesitant. I think everyone has a very good reason. The Trump landmines is a very good word of or good choice of words. Yeah, that's a crazy weak headline. There's no way that's holding up. I think that everyone needs to remember that the ceasefire has been absolute ass and no deals have been made. And if anything, the strait has gotten worse. These are all facts. This isn't me going, oh my God, I love Trump. Oh my God, I hate Trump. I have no skin in the game, brother. I am a consumer just like you. Last time I checked, you and me are on the same side, not the other way around. Oh, yeah, that is true, Maddie. That is pretty crazy making people choose Pep. Which, in my opinion, Pepsi is not even a real soda. I'm sorry if there's someone in here who likes Pepsi, but Pepsi is genuinely the worst soda I think that's ever been made. I don't even know what would be a second place to that. Because I can at least see the appeal to Mountain Dew. I don't see the appeal to Pepsi. It tastes so bad. Mini Nasdaq played the 15 OB continuation to high of day. Then we got a higher low on the 5 minute OB. Played that to another high of day, new high of day. Oh, okay, so after the retake, good. And then you saw those extra things play out, and you're like, damn, this is screaming at me to try to at least go up short term, which is good. While watching Q's retaking PDCP and XOK. Yeah, I would say that was the one thing that stopped me being like super, super, super bearish. Like, because if you go back to the stream, I definitely started out being bearish. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I wasn't. But you'll see, like, I eventually, like, convince myself that it is trying to go up short term to at least the 50% on previous day for SPY. And the only reason was because of what Carter just said, XOK. That was like the literal only reason I think I had any kind of like, I guess it could go up. It was the only way that that voice was in my head was XOK. And then, of course, seeing the retake of PDL, very, very good. Good shit, though. I see Carter mentioning that. I see Nikki mentioning, or sorry, Kid, sorry. I did not mean to dox you there. But that's two different traders in my community mentioning how XOK helped them. Not maybe they were already looking at something, like maybe she was looking at this and was already somewhat bullish because of the positioning, but then seeing that extra thing is just like, we'd be dumb to ignore it. But that's the second person to mention that. She mentioned it, and then Carter just mentioned it just now. Don't use your feelings or one level on one chart to help you get in or out of a trade. Like, let your XOK help you with things you already know. We're above PDL. Great. Okay, go check XOK. It doesn't hurt you. It isn't the end of the world. But that's two really, really good traders in my chat pointing that out today. Outside of me, of course, but that's just wanted to point that out. I don't need to do the talking. Let the community do the talking. What we say this morning, we're looking for that second thing, and let it live. Exactly, because this morning we definitely felt the 50-50-ish of things, as well as the obviously we're bearish at the open. It's just like, okay, but what else can we get from this? We didn't get any good clean continuation under these levels. We got a good retake. I'm on the wrong time frame, sorry. This was nice to see, sure, but nothing else added on to that. And this is nice to see, sure. Now it's like, all right, what else can add on to this? We came back down, we held a higher low, we pushed back up. Okay. I could see why somebody in my chat would be like, okay, this should go up on this move. But anything before that only had one confirmation. And the entire time XOK was trying to go up. Except for what? Those first two candles, which are also on SPY. Those first two candles. So it definitely helped pave the way to at least see, okay, wait, we're not as bearish as we thought we were. And you can hear that. You can hear me convince myself during the stream from beginning all the way to now. It's allowing myself to use reasoning and context to be bearish or bullish, not, oh, well, Trump tweeted this, so we're going up today. Which I played light on that first move, a little more cons. Okay, but that's okay. I mean, it's not your first rodeo. If it was your first rodeo, I think we could sit here and be like, okay, Carter, you don't need to be going crazy like that. That's risky. But this isn't even your 100th rep, So I feel like you, of all people, you're allowed to do that. Also, Kid in the chat, she's been doing this a lot for a long time now. Check out where her entry was. She was entering on the down move. But she knew, oh, okay, this is trying to hold. She was looking at XOK. She could see that it's holding. She knows what's going on. I didn't get to see everybody's post last week. I just added fire emojis to everything. Hey, PDCP mentioned, Dub. Wait, what did Chris do on this one? Small Green Day. Let her buck? Okay, shit. Oh, the trend inside of it, I see. Damn. That's a very confident trade, but I like it. I mean, obvious trend right there, so why not? Accidentally sold all 10 runners rather than 5. Hey, that shit happens, though. Still very fucking sick. That's actually incredible. Also very cool that he mentioned that he did go down a little bit at the beginning, and then it kind of picked back up. Which I think everybody is glad to forget about, but if anything, you should be talking about that stuff so you can get more comfortable with it. I saw these already. These are from Seth. And good mindset, too. He got his damage done. Wait for that retest, see if he can get another one. Sick trade, too, by D-Touch here. Pre-market high rejection into the pre-market low almost. Not really pre-market low, more or less low day. which I played. Oh, I already read that. Sometimes those messages reload on my screen, and then I have to like reread them to see if I got them all. I don't know why it's maybe it's the servers today, but that's weird. What's another fun, silly question we can all troll each other with? What is something weird that you guys eat? Like, what is something that you don't think a lot of other people eat, but you like it a lot? I don't have an answer for this. I'm tired. It just hit my head. What is something that you like that not a lot of people like? At least as far as you're concerned. As far as you're concerned, sorry. I did not mean to yawn. If I made you yawn just now, I apologize. That'll be the last one. Imagine being the first person who accidentally made another person yawn and they thought it was like witchcraft. Bacon? Are there people that don't like bacon? That's not really there's no way that there's like a majority of people that don't like bacon. I meant like what's an item that you like that not a lot of people like? Because there's no way that a majority of people don't like bacon. Though I will accept the answer still because it's bacon. And I'm obviously biased when it comes to bacon. Raw bacon? Though, don't lie though. You know, when you watch like one of those cartoons as a kid or like, you know, seeing raw bacon looked really good. You like it super crispy? Honestly, bro, I'll eat bacon whatever way. You undercook it? Fuck it. I'll slurp it up. That sounded sus. You cook it extra crispy. I don't care, bro. I'll eat it like it's a bag of Doritos. Bacon is so fucking good. Clip it? Nah, don't clip that, please. For the love of God, actually, don't clip that one. That would piss me off if that gets clipped because there's been so many times I go over something and then I'm like, someone clip that, and no one clips it. And then I say something like that and that gets clipped. That would actually get under my skin. Because I've actually had so many times where I've had to go back and clip something myself, or I just don't do it at all. Which, fair enough. I don't blame people in here for not clipping things. Like, I don't have the fucking energy to do it either, so I can't really talk shit. But that would get me, though. That would get me if that gets clipped and nothing else did. I could sit here and talk about, like, the secrets of this strategy or of this or that, and no one will clip it. I'll sit here and say something sus on accident, somebody will clip it. You wouldn't slurp up some undercooked bacon, dude? That's crazy. Dude, stretching whenever I've been sitting here streaming actually feels the greatest. I'm always reminded that it's the greatest thing to do in the morning. Well, I guess it's not really morning anymore, but you know what I mean. It's kind of late morning now. We're getting closer to lunch. Which I would like to point out, most of the first session is inside of the range between the key area and the previous day control point. So we just kind of consolidated for the first part of the day, which could lead into a really good second part of the day move, or maybe an end of day part of move. We'll see. Not a crazy amount of volume used, not a crazy amount of range has been used, so there's still probably some good movement left in the tank. But like I pointed out earlier, with the pre-market acting how it was, it kind of made sense why we weren't, just skyrocketing or just dumping straight up through the floor, you know, getting big one directional moves is what I'm trying to say. just because of how much movement already occurred before the market even opened. Though it doesn't have a lot of volume, that was a lot of movement. No, you're good, Carter. Honestly, I figured that's what you were doing anyway. That's why I don't get on to everybody as much as I do, or as much as I used to. Because I know sometimes people just like to kind of stick to themselves and just kind of like really fucking focus and try to get better and stuff. Um, and sometimes it takes, working on yourself on your own time, not really sharing everything. Like, that's fine. Sometimes the focus is the more important thing to go for, not, sharing everything. But you're good, bro. No need to be sorry about that. I think I mainly mean that for the people who go in there and just say, like, look, guys, I'm up. Like, if you're going to go in there and say, look, I'm up or I'm down, or oh my God, I'm crying about my problems, or oh my God, look how good I am, guys, suck me off, like, at least share some reviews to go along with it, I don't really care about your outcome if you're not really sharing jack shit about your process or what you're doing. Because that shit's annoying. It's like, yeah, I'm happy for you, or damn, I feel bad for you, but it's like, I don't really know what you did or why you did it. And if you only share the after, it just feels weird because it's like someone could just be lying and they're like, yeah, I entered because it broke this and this. It's like, okay. Yeah, same, Kebo. I'm kind of just chilling. I do like the resistance against this level, but it just kind of sucks because tech is doing really well. But yeah, I'm chilling on this. I'm not really touching anything. I didn't even catch the good trade that everybody else in here caught. Everybody else caught the good move up. I didn't even catch that. I just kind of chilled and watched it. I probably shouldn't have been talking as much as I was if I did want to trade it, but yeah, I'm chilling too. Just in case there's anybody in here who's like, "Oh, I didn't catch a trade. Oh my god, I feel left out." Like, dude, you're not left out. I didn't touch shit either. Y'all are good. If you did catch a trade, don't take that as a diss. More credit to you. You were able to catch a trade on a not that crazy of a range, honestly. So if you were able to catch a good feasible trade, fucking good for you. That's impressive. Not to discredit or take away from people who did catch something. Especially when they don't talk the same game we do every day. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like you won't hear them go over stuff, and then you just hear them share gains or losses, and it's like, okay, doesn't do anything. Whereas someone else is like, oh, well, I like this because it was over current day open and there was a hammer, or like what you said, you were like, I like that there was a retake, and then you like that there was a higher low. Like, fuck, all right, good enough. Like, even though you didn't post your review, like you said it here in the stream, and I was able to, like, I can visualize what you just said in my head. I can visualize what you traded. I mean, it also helps because we look at the same stuff in a similar way, but it's just, I don't know. It just doesn't help if people only share, like, look how good I'm doing or look how bad I'm doing, and don't share anything else. It's like, okay, we have nothing to go off. It's like, it's just context. It all comes back to context. Like, if I'm looking at a chart and I have no idea what happened up to this point, of course I'm going to make a worse trade than someone who has that context because, they know the recent events. Not to say that recent price action always tells the tale of price, but it definitely adds on to it. There is no one defining factor in this. There's no one thing telling us up down. There's a few things telling us up down, and when they all align, that's when we attack. That's it. SPY just made a lower high and a lower low in the 1 minute. Could be a 90% though. On the 1 minute, damn. That's why I'm on the 30 minute right now though, because you can kind of feel the up downness of how it's just here. It's doing a lot of both. But then you zoom out and it's like, oh, it's just kind of stuck above this support, but it's not really getting above previous day control point. It's just stuck between the two levels. Tonight, tonight, tonight. Mm. It's quiet. I'm waiting on my LFG. Let's fucking go. Just start yelling randomly. You think we'll come down more? I honestly just think we're just going to range. I don't know. I don't think we're going to pump above this, and I don't think we're going to dump under this today. I think this week we'll probably see a really good move at some point from this area on tech, which aligns with the same area as here on SPY. Above PDCP and previous day highs, you can see. Rejection of this brings that support, but until we get a break of this area, we can't get a bigger move. So kind of looking outside of this and this for bigger moves, but understanding this is a really big pivot point that moves can come from to those areas, like they're magnets almost. So that's how I look at it right now. Just to reiterate. Average in more, so you'll be taking a -15 if this goes up more. But yeah, I like the rejection here still. I just don't think it's going to dump super heavy. Like, I don't think we'll see 675, but you won't hear me complain if we do. I think we can at least get 678, 677.50 area, though, from here. I do like the rejection on SPY. The one thing that's kind of stopping all of this from dumping, it really is just tech. Tech really is just too strong today for anybody shorting that right now. But they're against resistance. There's no new high. So what to look for now would be rejections on every sector. And so far, that's all I'm seeing. I'm just seeing good rejections. So you should see this pick up on a rejection, which should add on to SPY rejecting. We'll see, though. I'm not trying to be the guy who's like, look, I'm right or look, I'm wrong. I'm just pointing out what could or couldn't happen based on certain things. The gun can't fire without the trigger. Tonight. Why is that song stuck in my head? Honestly, you know what it is? It's the everyone in unison going, oh. I'm going to grab a short here. I'm going to get a same day 679 at 92. Tonight. Do you guys know the secret to getting a song out of your head? It's listening to the song in full from start to finish. That's the best way to get a song out of your head. And if that doesn't work, you're fucked. Like, you're actually cursed. That song was meant to be stuck in your head if that doesn't work. Which, hey, sometimes that happens, man. Sometimes you get a song in your head and that's just all you can handle. Sometimes it's a really good song. Sometimes it's a song you don't really want to admit. Stop loss for my play is a close over 680.24. If anybody's just kind of following along with what I'm talking about. Tonight, tonight, tonight. I want to try to get a swing this week, but we'll see. I think I'm gonna focus on work. Appreciate the time as always. Have a great rest of y'all day. You too, man. Appreciate you being here. Even if you guys only have time to watch my stream for just 2 minutes, say hi and dip, that's fuck it. I still love you for it. You knew you had to wait for PDCP after that big open. Hey, man, as long as you know that, that's all I care about. Because that's really all anyone in here should be focused on is like, if you know a big pump's coming or you know a good level's holding or something, and you see that or a key level like that, like the PDCP in today's case, 9 times out of 10, it's going to that. And if anyone in here wants to double check that too, go back into my stream. I've covered that 9, 10 times in this stream, saying if we go up, we're probably going to go smack that dotted orange line. Now that we've hit the orange line, we can look for lower highs to see if the bears have reinitiated that, hey, we're trying to go down, kind of trend to give us that short profit. We'll see, though. It's kind of like a weird waiting game. It's like, oh, it did the thing here. I got to wait till here. Or you just try to catch the longs here, which some people in my chat already did. And guys, we're already up 10 per con on that. That's actually kind of impressive. $100 in like what, 3 minutes? See if we get more movement than that. That's not really the craziest. Plus, I was willing to let this ride a little bit more since our stop loss is in such an obvious spot. But I would like to see it get more into this low right here, or at least closer to it. That fucking song is in my head. Get it out. What's a good get trapped in your song head? That's what I need to do. I need to listen to another song and trap a different song in my head. Honestly, a good song? Honestly, this song is a good song to trap in your head. I'll share it in the YouTube stream so you guys can also trap it in your head. This is a good song to just leave in your head forever. Y'all can't link things in the YouTube stream, I don't think, but I wish y'all could. Actually, that's probably a bad thing to want because then we'd get like weird links all the time. But you know, for the people that aren't weird, it'd be a cool feature to have. You know, because there are people that are like, you know, not weirdos, just trying to link things that they're interested in and want to share. Not everybody's a weirdo, but there are some people that would definitely abuse that and start sharing some pretty crazy shit. So maybe it's a good thing that that's not a feature. You know, knowing how the internet works. See, it already worked. The other song's out of my head. It would be spam bots and competitors. Yeah, probably. People who think they're competitors, at least. I've never. I know you weren't saying it like that, but I've really never had competitors in this space. There's too many people that just copy something that they've seen and then recreate it and rename it. But I really have been one of the few people on the internet, and that's why I'd like to believe that's why some of the biggest traders on Twitter follow me still, is because I have actually created something. You know, I put things together, actually like have a system behind. It's not just like, guys, check out my new indicator. Like, which no hate to somebody who has created their own indicator or has promoted something that really wasn't that popular when, you know, they could have just done what everyone else was doing and just ride the train of the popular stuff. But I don't know. I just think it's important that you have a system that actually has rules, like a routine of things, and like I don't really even know how to express it further than that. But just like I don't know, like how we have a BB theory playlist is what I mean. Like if your system doesn't have that, whatever that is, like the theoretical stuff behind it, like when you see pre-market reject and you have a pretty good balanced chart in front of you, it's not like you have like a $12 range and you see pre-markets like, you know, pre-market lows like $3 lower. You know, a lot of the times we do see that reject pre-market high and go down to pre-market low. So we know that when we see any kind of, you know, rejection signal under pre-market high in the open market session, that's a good bet. That's a good bet to take down to pre-market low or whatever other level we may have there. You know, and it's the same thing with like everything. The open, the pre-market low, the pre-market high, the previous day high, the previous day low, like the 50% of this gap from 3 months ago, you know, whatever the fuck you have. It's important that you have like a theoretical that you do like a that you do research on like how probable something is. So if you see something happen over the course of like many months, multiple years, you know, you're like, I've seen this happen 10 out of 10 times this happens, or 9 out of 10 times this happens, or and again, you got to have these hard stuck rules. Nothing is ever 10 out of 10. You will never find something that works 10 times out of 10 times. And it's not that that's impossible. I'm not even saying that it's impossible. That is definitely possible. But you should never have the ego of someone who thinks like that. Someone who thinks, yes, this works 10 out of 10 times. I will never fail, because what is the point of that? You're just setting yourself up to get, you know, kind of blindsided a little bit. So what's important is having something that actually has like, you know, that theoretical, like I like I said, I don't really know what I'm trying to talk about, like how to word this, like the topic of it, like, but it's like you're researching like the theoretical of what you're watching. You know, so if you see something happen 10 times and you're so used to seeing it do this one thing 7 out of 10 times or 8 out of 10 times, that's a good high probability thing you're seeing. You know, a confirmation, a signal, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So it's really cool to do that. It looks like we are going to be cutting this. No close over my level yet, but that's a pretty crazy pump. Damn. We haven't taken a loss on a scalp pretty much all year. I might be taking one of my. Oh no, we did take a loss last week. We took one, or not last week. The week before. The week I did like 3 streams. This might be my next L on stream. I said that is true that we lost that last one. That's true because I remember I was sitting here and I was like coping. I was like, yeah, I'm kind of glad I lost. Actually, we've been kind of doing really good, and I feel like I was eventually gonna lose. Like, it's not good to think like that. I won 9 times, so I'm gonna lose this next time. It's not good to think like that. Which is pretty much what I did. Not just now, but I meant like the week before. Yeah, a lot of good sectors turning up all at the same time right there. They're down about like 17 per here. I'm pretty much good as long as I don't go like 20, like 5 or 28 or like 30. Like, I hate when I cross that number. Most plays though, I only have like 3 to 5 cons, but these are pretty cheap. So I have 8. Thought I had 10. I have 8. Damn, we were up 100 on 8 on that one move. Then that's pretty crazy. So right here, it's down about 160. All good though. If I have the balls to be on here and talk up my game while I'm winning, I should have the balls to be up here and talk my game while I'm losing. Which I feel like I did good though. I'm not even really mad about it. Like, I did good waiting. I was patient, waiting for the previous day control point to hit. Got a good entry, got a good initial move. Just got an unlucky little pump right after. I'm still in right here, but it's just like probably should have already exited. So that's kind of why I'm already reviewing a little bit. I'm just giving it a few more minutes, but probably should have already exited. Even though the plan was 680.24, it's because of how it moved really well in our direction and then how it pumped up so quickly. Like, that's just like kind of just fucks the position. Puts a stick in the mud. I looked into the 10 out of 10 long term strats, and usually there is a loss that's relatively huge, and 2 loses to spy. Yeah. I just don't like to think like that, because even if you do have something that's 10 out of 10, like, that's great, you should still treat it as if it's not 10 out of 10, just to further increase your probability of not making that mistake, because, what's the point? You should be, like, creating that room for error. All right, did this do anything to the con? If not, I will just exit this. Okay, it did move it a little bit. I'll hold it a little longer. If I don't like how it holds this hammer, though, I will just accept the loss. Because this is now my main focus, not just the level, but the momentum this candle came from. If it starts breaking this candle, then we're back to sitting pretty. If it starts to hold right here, then it's like, all right, we probably should just take it for a super small loss. Because it's only down $5 per con now. And I only waited a second because of how it wicked to the level. I think if it would not have wicked to the level, I would have probably been like, oh, it's going to pump. But because it wicked to it so perfectly, I was like, all right, let me give it a second, see if I can at least make myself a smaller loss here. Which I feel like this isn't that popular of a conversation now that we're having it. you know, creating a smaller loss for yourself instead of trying to hold on for dear life. Excuse me. Don't die. We need you. I'm not dying. I just breathed air down every hole possible just now, I think. Now I'm like scared to drink water. Oh, it feels so much better. Bear showing strength. The high was a lower high instead under PDCP. Sorry, missed strike price. I'm in the 679s at 0.92. Again, that's not really like a call out though. I was just sharing what I was doing. If you're gonna follow along with me, don't fucking tell me. I don't care. I honestly can't stand when people try to update me in my own trades. So I just would rather people not tell me that they're even in them. That is a huge pet peeve of mine. I know it probably annoys probably some people who like watching my streams, but it's like, I don't care. My money's more important than you enjoying my stream, to be honest with you. I'll be as clear as day with what I'm doing, but I don't need to have somebody. Not saying that you guys have ever done that, but you do have your occasional troll show up trying to backseat. It's like, dude, nice. You definitely don't trade. The reason I like it though, VC, just to be more clear on that, not just with the con, is just because I really, really like how it retook previous day control point with a good rejection. I really liked it once this candle started to pop up after this 50-50 candle, because it kind of it adds on to the 50-50 being a little bit more bearish under a good bearish level. So it's just good favorable spot. It got one really good move at first. I say really good, I just mean like our direction. And then we had a nice pump. Combination of sectors going up at the same time. Did good holding into it now, but now we're kind of in a spot where it's like, I feel like we should probably just cut this. And this is literally what I talked about. I said, this is a great part of the chart now to watch for if it's going to hold this hammer or not, because this is where it pumped from. So if it's going to hold here, probably should just cut for a smaller loss. If it starts to falter under, I'll probably hold on here to it here. But if I see a better hold here, I'm probably just going to cut for the loss. Just to be clear on what I'm doing. I also just really liked it because I've been watching this time frame a lot today, and we're against a good resistance on the 30 minutes, so it feels like we are going down. It just feels like it's going to take a lot longer than I was probably wanting. And then XLK as well. If you go to XLK in the 30 minute, they got up to the area, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have to dump. So they could literally just sit here, which also fucks the trade. So just sharing my full thought process there, so you're not just seeing the play as a contract, but for the reasoning behind it. And again, a lot of these levels are just previous day control point or a drawdown fib in the larger time frame. This current one, the dotted line with the purple line over it, that is the halfway point of the previous day. So my whole theory was just to wait on it to get up to here, do its thing. If it was going to pump, sure, then whatever. But we did get a good slowdown and rejection under, so I figured I'd put my hand in the honeypot. Which sometimes these moves happen slower than others, but still, this is pretty slow. But I wanted to point that out with the tech, because tech has been kind of just up there. That doesn't mean it has to go down. My goodness, Russia, Chinese, and Pakistani ships moving. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on. Make sure you guys are paying attention to the news I'm posting in the weekly news. I'm trying to post it in the most non-biased way possible. because I really am not trying to like, have people in the chat arguing over shit. There was a ceasefire. We thought we were reaching the end of it with the deadline. Things got heated up again. The straits closed. The U.S. is trying to reopen it. Both sides think they're winning, so it's fucked. And that's genuinely facts to everything I've posted. I've not gone out of my way to be like, all right, how can I make Trump look better? How can I make Iran look, which I don't know why someone would want to do that, but at least from our country, I don't know why someone would want to do that. But I'm just, in my defense, I am literally just posting from Financial Juice, and then I summarize it, or briefing.com, which I've made y'all aware of this for multiple years now. It's not like this is, it's not like this is news to you guys. Right here, it's very nice. It's unbiased. It even gives you if the dollar's up, if the indexes are up. If you go to briefing.com, which my bad, I need to share this in chat real quick. If you go to briefing.com, the market snapshot's cool, industry watch is cool, but what I like the most is moving the market. It's just a quick summary of everything, again, with no, crazy bias or some political agenda behind. It's just literally a bunch of nerds posting this shit. So, respect to the nerds. Those are the people I'm biased towards, because a lot of the time they're just trying to get the data out. They don't really give a fuck about the left or the right, or if we're going up or down. They just care about getting the information and being able to take advantage of it. Which I feel like all of us should be on that. Yeah, make sure you check out the weekly news channel. There's also the news feed, which literally just comes from financialjuice.com. It's just like a Discord connection they have. It's pretty cool, though. Did I cut? No. Still in. I'm still in. I've stated it multiple times. I'm still in. Kind of using this chart now to kind of decide if I'm going to hold it or not, just to kind of show me if we really are as bearish as I thought we were or not. The trade is green again, but it's not like we're up a lot or anything crazy like that. I'll be sure to update you if I exit or not. I'm not going to sit here and leave you to dry. I mainly do this for myself, though. Like, if you're following along, cool. If you're here to just go over things with me, cool. If you're here to just troll around and conversate with me, also cool. I enjoy every aspect of those. Probably should just cut it here, though. It's not like we're doing great. And it's not moving too well. I do believe my trade idea is still correct, though. Just like I said, it's probably just not good timing. Because you have a couple of sectors trying to go back up. But you have the main sector trying to reverse back down, which is what I was kind of using. So just not adding up super well for me right now. I still really like this, though, because this looks like a really good rejection that should pull this back at least down to at least right here. On SPY, that brings you down to this hammer, which is a really good, exit for this trade that we, didn't do so hot on so far. So that was the one thing I was trying to give it a chance for, but I'm really big on trying to keep losses super small, like a lot of other people in my chat, because it's a lot harder to get back those larger losses. So in certain cases where you can try to push your probabilities to try to at least create a smaller loss, you should do it every time, because it creates another opportunity, not just the one you closed out there, but you might be able to take a really good trade the next week or the next day, and next thing you know, you bounce back from that loss. Can't really do that if the loss you took was so large that it does over, it kind of overtakes the amount you win on that next trade. So that's why I like that theory at least a little bit. Some people might disagree, but that's totally fine. Everybody's different. You bought another lower and sold it for a very small profit. Cool, dude. Totally fine. Make sure if you're taking anything that you're genuinely doing it on your own accord and that you understand why you're doing it. I'd like to explain myself just so other people aren't, getting fear mongered, because I don't want to sit here and be like, this is why I'm bullish or this is why I'm bearish, and maybe you guys are the opposite. We might have different reasons though. So I don't want to sit here and try to bully each other when we don't really need to. We have been lucky enough to hold on to this, but we just haven't gotten the move we needed. I say lucky because it's not really gone down enough to the point where it's like, fuck, we gotta exit. But I got pretty close there for a second. I also said before it even got down here that I was a little worried on this hammer right. Jesus, that I was a little worried on the close of this hammer right here. I'm trying to draw it without it going and clipping to it. But about this area here, and then of course it started slowing down around that, so that's why I was like, fuck. So I'm kind of keeping my eye on that, as well as this, because this is the largest sector. But as you can see, banks don't look too bad. They look like they're trying to curl up, honestly. Comms don't look too bad, honestly. Discretionary pulled back here recently, which is helping. Healthcare honestly looks like it should go back up with how much it's pulled back. This should play to the opposite of tech. So if tech goes down, this should start going up. So that would make sense. And then, like I said, this doesn't have huge weight to it. This should go up today just because of news, but it's not like it's weighing super heavy on the SPY chart. But if you got for a very, very small gain, good for you. Looks like it will be cutting it. Oops, I did not mean to draw that. But like I said before, if I'm able to come up here while I'm winning and act high and mighty, I should also be up here when I'm not winning. That's whatever. Tonight. Oh, the song's still stuck in my head. It didn't work. We thought we had him in the first half. The brain cells started deteriorating in the second half. I'm actually so annoyed that it's showing the pin message at the bottom of my YouTube chat still for me. It's so weird. That's a weird spot for it. Also, it just says join the YouTube me. On my screen, at least. Join the YouTube me. Bangs chest. Join me, YouTube. Literal ape energy. Tonight. I hate trades like this. We're just like stuck in it. It keeps giving you a reason to stay in. It keeps giving you a reason to get out. You're like 50-50 on it. Final choice, though. If it closes above this fucking hammer again, though, I'm out. If we're staying under this, I'm forced to hold. But damn, is this shit boring. Oh, I keep stretching. Honestly, I would rather take a small gain than take a big loss, as I have in the past. Now I'll just wait for another trade. I wasn't super convinced my trade is why. But yeah, that's honestly the best stop loss, is when you're not convinced anymore. It's not really when your stop loss hits, it's when you stop being, yeah, like right there, I'm just going to cut it because it closed above just now. So even if it dumps after, and this is the main reason I like using, hold on, let me exit. 0.84. All right, so we lost 8 per. What's the math on that? What's 8 over 92? Or not 8, what's 800 over 92? Not even 9%. 8.69%. LOL. It was towards the end of this candle, but not the close. It's like my specialty. And we'll just highlight that candle because that was the candle we closed on. And there we go, posted. There is Milaus. Milord. Milord. What am I reading? The future is now. Now it dumps. It's okay. As I was just sharing, if I'm gonna take my losses, I'm gonna be happy with it. I'm not gonna sit here and look at the, oh, but if I held a few more minutes, imagine. Which is actually, let's look. It's up about as much as it was when we were, at least right here it is. From here to here, when it dumped, it's up the exact amount right here. Even though it feels like it should be more. But that's because we're trading same day quick scalps. But that's another thing too. With those scalps, you can't hold them forever. You either are right or you get out. It's not if you're right or you're wrong. It's either you're right or you get out. Oh, good though. I'm man enough to take the L. Not even a 9% loss, but I'll take it. Should have just been happy with the $100, knowing that the move wasn't the greatest. All good though. I have plenty of wins on stream, and I was thinking about that too. And it's like, I get so happy about when I win on stream. It's like I need to be happy when I lose on stream, even though that sounds counterintuitive. But it's just like I need to have the same energy, So whatever. I was correct. I even said, watch, it's gonna dump. It's just gonna be slow, and it was slow. Not really the best for a contract like the one I was posting. Just so we're all clear. Which I think a lot of you could relate to, because I think everybody in here has definitely had a trade. Sorry, I'm like choking at the same time. I think all of us have had a trade where we're like, I knew it, you know, and it feels like, oh, what the fuck, I should have held it, or I should have got in. But I think it's also good to talk about the other side of that coin, where it's like, yeah, but you also probably in other scenarios dodged a bullet, and I'm not even early. I wouldn't even say I was in early. I would just say I'm not in the right contract for that. Because I actually really like that entry. Good looks though. Good to see you, Ace. Good looks. From Newsfeed, China Defense Chief Dong said Iran controls Hormuz and Strait remains open for China. My 12-year-old self just read Chief Dong. I just read Chief Dong. Is that not his name? But it's all good. We were before, not last week, the week before last week. We were on a 12-week or a 12 win streak. For swings and scalps, all that were just, if you're just counting the ones that were on the stream. So yeah, trust me, we're not doing bad. Disney. I feel like I have not looked at Disney in forever. I couldn't even tell you what price it's at. I would fail that test 10 out of 10 times. That is a 10 out of 10 right there. I said they don't exist, but there you go. There's a 10 out of 10 that exists. I just saw your other message, Ace, but imagine. The but imagine is the best. I don't know. I was looking at the options chain, and there wasn't a single point of this dump that I was up more than when I entered to this low. At least so far. So I'll be honest with you. Like, from the core of my heart, it's really not that big of a deal on that one. I know some people will look back at their trades and see like big moves happen, but I don't think they ever look at like the things that happen in between. Like right now, would you hold through this? You're a fucking liar if you said you would. You're a fucking liar. If you held from where I was all the way to now and you were like, well, no, I'd hold because it's about to dump. You can tell because it just went down more. Look, I'm right. But look, a green candle just appeared. You wouldn't have held through. Not most people wouldn't hold through that. So that's what I'm trying to say on like these. Like it's so easy to say, holy shit, that's even worse on SPY. Actually, I should be glad I got out. See what I'm saying? I literally just showed y'all both sides of the coin. One side of the coin, you're like, damn, imagine if I held more. Now it's like, damn, should be happy you exited. You know, it's literally both sides of the coin right there. It's so easy to be a biased little bastard. So, in my opinion, you should just focus on the process. Why were you in? Are you still convinced on those things that got you in? Nice. Okay, keep holding. You're not convinced anymore? Okay, we'll get out. It doesn't even matter if you hit a stop loss or you hit any like if anything, you shouldn't be allowing your stop loss to hit. You should be getting out before that. You should be seeing the convincing, oh, this piece of price action is telling me the opposite. Yeah, I probably should get out. And then remember, I am talking about scalps. I am talking about like 10, 20, 30-minute top scalps. I am not talking about every single template of every single type of trade when I am talking about what I just talked about. Market created the perfect teaching moment. It really did. Which I really like that because I think it's really easy to sit up here and lie and be like, damn, guys, I'm doing so good. Actually, guys, I did take profit right here. You know, I could have totally been like, yeah, I got out there. Like, it's so easy to like be up here and like make up shit, but it's not helpful to me. You know, if I do that, if I'm gonna enter and I'm gonna exit, I want to be happy with that, regardless of what follows after. You know, if it dumps, if it pumps, I should be happy with either scenario because I stopped being convinced. I sat here and said, all right, last chance. If it closes above this, we're getting the fuck out. Sure, for 5 minutes, it felt like, darn, if I'd held, I'd be up as much as I was up the initial part of my trade when I shorted from here to here. That was the same amount of profit as from if I had held all the way to this point because of how much it sat to the right and how much times it stopped being convincing. So I definitely can't be mad about that. But I like to go over both sides of that because I think it's so easy for anybody, not just me, but anybody even just watching this right now. I think it's really easy to convince yourself based on things that are happening after your trade. I think it's easy to sit here and go, oh, wow, look how fucking dumb I am. Or when it does really well, you're going, huh, I called it. You're like adding into like a thing that doesn't really help you. You know what I mean? So I just don't think it's important to go over that stuff because it's not productive towards helping you grow. Whereas going over the thing that actually got you in or actually got you out, that's what's important. It doesn't like you talking about how much it moved after does actually nothing for you. It adds an effect to the thing you already know. It adds more pain or it adds more greed and fake ego. It adds things you don't need. So that's why I personally like the both sides of the coin conversation like that. That is crazy that it played out across like 4 candles on SPY to allow us to have that conversation. But yeah, I just think that's super cool to go over because it's enlightening, it's humbling. It really shows you, hey, you don't know everything, and you never will know everything. That's a really big important lesson. A really big reason too I say like there is no 10 out of 10. Like you need to always understand there's a risk factor to every trade. Even the best setup can fail, and you need to understand that and learn to get to be happy with that. Maybe not be happy, you don't have to be happy about it, but to live with it. It's going to happen. You're going to have good trades fail. But it's about keeping your losses as small as you possibly can. Even if it's like cutting something short, it just stop convincing you. Fuck it, get out of it. It allows you to survive for the next one. Whereas in the other scenario, you're cutting for 30, 40%, and you're like, fuck, I don't have enough to trade another trade like that. Or maybe you're even just scared because of, having that shock factor of, oh, I just lost. Whatever it is, there's a million things it can cause. So I think it's just good to stick to the consistent path, not the one where you think you know what you're doing path. If that makes sense. It's just good to avoid the ego side of things. 100% agree when you say if I broke my rules, I would have made so much more. It encourages you to exactly. It literally pushes you away from trusting the things that you're supposed to be trusting. Very, very good way of putting that. Data J. He said, if I broke my rules, I would have made so much more. It encourages you to ignore your own system, to ignore your own strategy. Which, as all of us know, when you're reviewing at least, it's really easy to go like, oh, damn, well, I fucked up here because I didn't do this right. You're only able to make that quick distinction because you have a strategy you stick to. You know the triggers for yourself to get in or out. When you're in a trade and you exit and you take a loss or a gain and you see it doing more afterwards, it's really easy to sit there and go, but look at what would have happened if I would have done this. You're like adding more things onto the thing you're trying to get good at. Like you're adding like 50 more barriers in front of you. I'll be right back. My dog's barking. When I come back, let's see if this is still rejecting previous day control point or if we are going to start to consolidate and push back over it. I will be right back. Y'all can laugh at my loss on the screen while I go AFK. Like the stream. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. And 10 people left. You know, I deserve it. It is lunchtime. I did just go AFK for like, I don't even know how many minutes. Fair enough. That exact thinking has led to some of my biggest losses. Try to be very sensitive to it now. Yeah. And it's not like it's like, I think some people hear that and they're like, oh, that's fucking loser mindset. Like, I have to be confident 24. It's like, you can be confident and know that you're in a losing trade. Like, has nothing to do with confidence. It has everything to do with indecision. So if you can just like smooth out all that shit, like I said with the theory stuff, you know, if this happens, you should always be doing that. If that happens, you should always be doing this. You know, there's a route you should always be taking, or most of the time taking. And maybe you risk a couple things. I don't blame people for risking, you know, different trades here and there. Exactly. You need to have confidence in the system, not that individual trade. Exactly. That's a better way of putting it. That's really why we have these streams, just so you guys can word things better than me. I'll just spew out the shit and then you guys just like optimize it. So I've always been asked that question, not recently, but like in the past. I've had people ask me like, "Yo, who's Leland?" or like, "This Leland guy's made a lot of shit in your chat." It's like, yeah, because he heard me go over this stuff like 10,000 times, and he's like 6,000 times smarter than me. So he words things like just so much better. So yeah, I'd be stupid to pass up an opportunity where Leland's like, "Hey, can I make this or can I do that?" Like, I'd be stupid to pass that up. Someone who knows exactly what I want, but like can word it 6,000 times better. Yeah, you'd be stupid to pass that up. Was it Bill Gates that said that, or who was the person that said that? It's like he said, you don't have to be smart, just surround yourself with smart people. Like, that's exactly what Leland is. I mean, he is a really good friend. I'm not just using him for his brain, but like in that example, that's exactly what he's there for. Like, no, I'll do it because I'm the creator. I want to do it. Like, that'd be stupid. When he can sit there and make it make so much more sense than I can. He just got that fat brain. You mentioned earlier that being able to word it differently is a great learning tool. Yeah, I really do think that breaking something down to like a further extent is just like the best way to memorize. I couldn't even tell you where I heard that from, but I heard that or read that or watched that from something like forever ago before I even made my group, because I suck at like memory stuff, like flashcards, like remember the 50 states, remember the capitals, like this and that, like that kind of thing. Like I really suck at that. But it's not that I'm bad at memory. I never had a good method to memorizing things, but I always felt like repeating it helped. Doing it myself helped, which I'm sure a lot of you can relate to. Like doing something yourself is a really good way to remember something or how to do it. But I think on top of that, like not really teaching it. I guess you could say teaching, because I would definitely say teachers understand more than students. Not to say I understand more than y'all. I would never. I don't. I would never call myself a teacher. But like in the real world, you know, like teachers, they probably do understand 6,000 times better than their students, and it's not even just because like, I mean, it is experience. They've been around longer, duh, but they've also just been explaining it and going over it and breaking it down to a further extent. So they have it like a muscle memory at this point. Like, you know, if there's a teacher that's for this certain topic, they could probably remember things without even getting up to express themselves or display it or anything or to watch a video. Like they could probably just tell you everything they need to know right there, because they understand it better than anybody. But it's just like being able to make sense of something or break something down further is such a great way of memorizing something. Like if you're like, I can't remember piercing lines, or I can't remember bullish engulfings. It's like, all right, well, let's go back then. What creates a bullish engulfing? Let's just start with that. You know, you need the low to happen, so you need a low or the lower open to happen. and then you need it to break past the high of the previous candle. Those are two things it has to do to be that candle. It has to do that to become that candle. So those are the two things you should be looking at. Did it make that low? Okay, did it retake the low? Nice. Let's see if it can go push to that recent high, because if it can break that high, that's an outside bar or engulfing, whatever you want to call it. You know, actually going back to the thing that makes it that, not just, you know, going off of feeling or trying to be cocky and guess things before they've even happened is a really big problem too. I feel like I've definitely been a victim to that. Other people in chat have been victim to that. Not really like cocky, but just like overconfidence even. You know, that could be an issue too. Don't guess. Just stick to what's in front of you. But yeah, I like that conversation we had before I went AFK. That was very nice. Dude, small caps have been killing it today. That 261.50 did great today. Damn, SPY did a really good job of getting back to that high. To the, not the high, but 681 level. This is actual comedy. The news that came out just now is Trump to speak at any moment. That's 3 minutes ago. Trump to speak at any moment. That's all it says. Trump looks to have another round of talks before escalating with Iran. Intel stock is on track for a historic 9-day winning streak of 56% over that run. The U.S. chipmaker has announced recent deals with Google and Elon Musk. Damn. Good for Intel. Finally, some good news. Good looks, Data J. Good afternoon. Weeble looks awake today. What's up, Mikey? How's everyone doing today? Doing good, man. Doing better now that you're here, honestly. Just chilling now, watching the pump, waiting to see what else is said by Trump. It does look like he's trying to eke his way into more talks and negotiations with Iran before escalating, though. So it might be hopeful news for the market to go up. It does feel like another buy the rumor, sell the news bullshit, though, where we go up and then things do escalate and we go back down, but we'll see. You know, taco this, taco that. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I was a little impressed that that meme took so long to blow up the way it did because Taco was from last year. So I was honestly kind of like impressed that it blew up to the extent that it did this last. I've never seen so many people type Taco on Twitter or Weeble or like the memes because that shit is kind of funny. That a president's, you know, global strategies could be just copied so easily. Not copied by like other people. I mean, like that we could catch on to it so easily just because of the repetitiveness of it. But yeah, that blew up this year big time. There were some pretty funny memes from it. I've said from the beginning. Yeah, feel same shit. Old. Yeah, it literally is the same shit. I was in the beginning of the whole Taco Trump thing. I've been saying for a while now. This literally just feels like the China trade war market. Will go up a bunch, and then something will get said or something happens, and then we go down a bunch, and then it looks like things get hopeful again. They go back up, and then another event comes out, it goes back down. Like it's like even more news driven than usual because it normally works like this anyway. But this is like it's like quicker paced, if anything. I think he tacos 90% of the time. Yeah, that's true. He did actually take Maduro. That is true. He was not capping about that. Yo, but I have been saying that shit since like before I even had a YouTube channel. I have been saying forever. I don't know why we go overseas. It pisses me off. Like if it was up to me, we would leave overseas to themselves. And we would focus on our allies and we would focus on working south. I have never understood why we let countries that are literally bordering us run amok, but we throw a fit about a country halfway across the globe. It's like, brother, we don't even have our problems here fixed. Mexico's in a pretty crazy spot. There's a lot of South American countries that were in crazier spots. Now they're not as much, but there still is some stuff down there. And it's crazy because people are like, but oil. It's like, brother, there's more oil in South America and Mexico. Like, what are you talking about? If we just focus on our side of the planet, yeah, we would have more oil than we need. So it has nothing to do with but oil. It's so stupid. I personally think it's impossible for countries over there to worry about countries over here and vice versa. Because, like, you see the problem with today's NATO? Like, it's impossible. If the United States doesn't help, they can't do what they want to do. So if they make decisions without us, it's not like they're really getting that far. So at this point in time, we should just leave them to let them do what they want and we do what we want. If that's really how it's going to be. Like, they're all acting like a bunch of grown ass children. Not just our leaders, but every global leader right now is genuinely acting like a child. There's so many things that could be fixed here. Taxes, health insurance. There's companies that exist, not in every state. This is mainly in California, but just the fact that it exists there at all should be just disgusting enough to you. That literally go around and just pick up dead bodies, feces, needles, drugs off the ground because how many homeless people are there in certain parts of California. It's not just California. I'm just giving them as an example, but there's many states that are doing this. Yeah, it's like Jesus. And our allies don't help us a lot. That's why I'm saying like we should just be focused on us. I genuinely believe it'd be beneficial to your average consumer over here, and it probably for the globe. Like genuinely, like the fact that there's such a fight for a global power is the problem in my opinion. But like it's kind of impossible to say that you have to get rid of that, you know, because like if we give up on it, Russia, China, someone else may, you know, grow up and be there as well. Like I'm not trying to allude to anything, but I'm just saying like the U.S. also can't just give up. So the U.S. is in kind of a weird spot in my opinion. I don't think there is an easy answer. I don't think there is a, oh, well, just do this. I don't think that answer exists. I don't think there is a just do this answer, you know? It really is like harder than it seems. I'm not trying to bail out the presidents here like Obama, Biden, Trump, Bush. I'm not trying to bail them out. I definitely agree our presidents could have done better jobs, not just the Republicans, but also the Democrats. I genuinely believe both sides could have done better. Also, when they used to get into arguments, things would get resolved, you know? But nowadays, anytime they disagree with each other, our government feels the need to pause. That is crazy to me. That was absolutely crazy to me. So we're expected to all pay our taxes, but our government can just pause whenever it feels like it. It's pretty crazy. They'll have you believe that you're the second coming of the Antichrist if you literally don't pay your taxes. But at the other end of it, anytime they get in an argument about the dumbest shit that doesn't matter, our government shuts down. Which still doesn't lead to things being resolved. It's not like as soon as they unpause the government, oh, everything we disagreed on, we currently fixed. Everything's fixed. No, we're back in stage one. We're back in step one. So I think both sides of the aisle could do a lot. Also, social media has had such a negative impact on all this because there are people in parts of our country who only get one side of the news, and then there's people on the other side of the country who only get this side of the news, and it's a fact. Research it if you want, if you don't agree with me, if you don't believe me, but people are being forced to being biased almost. It feels like it's crazy. Like it just feels like our country is just so fucking separated on so much shit. We used to just disagree about like the most basic of fundamentals. Now we disagree about literally everything. So it's not an easy thing. I feel like the political world, the global economic, it's not an easy thing to just be like, oh, we'll just do this. It's not easy to just say that. So I don't want to sit up here and act like I know it all. I don't, but I just think it's crazy how much we don't look in to ourselves. Like we don't look in at all. And we just expect things to get fixed on a president every 4 to 8 years. A person that has different beliefs than the person that was in there previously. I just believe all of that makes it even more impossible to fix. Every 4 to 8 years, we have completely different beliefs as a country, and it's just crazy. From a religious point of view, from a political point of view, from a macroeconomic point of view, it just doesn't make sense. Whole lot of ass whooping on the charts today. Yeah, React, I saw you posting those charts. I have my Discord up. I mean, y'all can't see it, but I see it. I wouldn't mind shutdowns if they were actual shutdowns. It's not a shutdown if we stopped. Yeah, that blew my mind, dude. When I learned about that, we weren't paying TSA in the middle of a war in the Middle East. Actually blew my mind. It's like we all forgot 9/11 happened. That was crazy. Not paying TSA in the middle of a war in the Middle East. Actually crazy. It's the nuke factor that is the real issue, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's another big thing that I don't even want to talk about because I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't want anyone in here to like hear what I'm saying and be like, "Oh yeah, he's so right. Like this guy knows what he's talking." I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just sharing my opinions. I saw a cool movie over the weekend on YouTube. It was pretty good. You reminded me of it with your talk just now. Goodbye World. That sounds like a coding movie. Oh, I've never seen this. You saw this on YouTube. Oh, it is free on YouTube. I won't lie, the YouTube movie collection is actually getting better. It was pretty bad in the beginning. They were adding some bangers in there. And I don't know about my Netflix like stock enjoyers, but my Netflix real life enjoyers, we're up big. There's nothing but new shit all over Netflix, and it's amazing. We're eating good. I won't complain about that. You will never hear me complain about Netflix. Even when they went super political for a while, I couldn't hate on them because they were still adding bangers to Netflix. They were still doing their job. They were yelling from inside the club. Is SPY the soul ticker trade? No, no, no. SPY is just what I mainly look at because it's a good general view of the market. When you're looking at SPY, you're not just looking at a stock. This isn't a stock. You're looking at a variety of things. When you're looking at SPY, you're looking at all of this. So when you're looking at SPY, you're looking at a very tech-heavy sector that has a mix of other sectors as well. And I like to keep a tab on those sectors. And each of these sectors have weights within them. Like tech, you're probably familiar with NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft. So I just like to leave it on SPY when I'm just kind of lazy sitting here with you guys. But yes, I do mainly trade SPY, but when I swing trade, I trade everything that's in SPY. Or most of everything. Swing trading, we trade everything. Scalping, I try to stick to SPY just because it's something I'm super familiar with. But you will see me sometimes dip into an actual equity like Amazon or Tesla or NVIDIA or whatever the fuck we're looking at, but mainly from this list. But it all connects, is why I like to look at SPY so much. It's your first time here? Damn, I'm sorry that was what you had to hear your first time here then. I don't like to talk about politics stuff, but I really am the most like neutral, grounded person ever. Like, there's plenty of things the left believe in that I agree with, and there's plenty of things that the right do that I agree with completely. But there's a lot of things on both sides that I don't agree with, and that outweighs agreeing, honestly. There's too many things on both sides that I don't like. You watch Project Hail Mary this weekend? Oh my god, dude, I told you, that movie is a potential movie of the year. That movie's so good. Bueller is socially conservative, liberally fiscal. Yeah, I like talking about stocks and sectors. Like, some people see Iran as getting invaded. As shitty as it sounds, when I see that, it's like, okay, well, energy's going up, and we probably will see like a short term burst in defensive stocks like Staples. But if it doesn't last that long, you'll probably see everything kind of consolidate downwards, which I guess is kind of what happened because Staples didn't get the greatest of resurgence, but it did consolidate for a while first. So I like looking at it from like a sector's point of view. But yeah, you've heard a lot worse. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that I don't like to be an extremist, and people really like their opinions, and I think that's cool. I just don't think that's for streaming though. Like, I don't need to be up here and be going like, "Fuck Iran, fuck Trump." Like, that's just crazy. That's a country full of people just like our country. Trump is one man. He's a president. He was elected. Let's all relax. In a couple years, we'll have a Democrat in there. You know, it's a rotation thing. It happens every 4 to 8 years. You know, it's I just don't think it's good to be an extremist with your opinions because I do think it affects your life. I mean, you guys have probably all witnessed it firsthand. People stop being friends with each other on just basic shit, which isn't basic to them, but when you zoom out, you're like, oh wait, this is just a basic topic. Why do I hate this person? What the hell? It's like hating a person for the color of their skin. When you hate someone for their opinion, is essentially what you're doing. It's like, okay, you can still coexist. Trust me, you will live. Oh, good looks, Lilu. Because yeah, I don't have another level up here for a while. I remember that. I'm glad you brought that up. So I was looking over here and I was like, damn, there's like nothing in between these two levels. Because I know I was more bearish than bullish, but I was also like pointing this out to myself in case I was being too biased. I was like, well, if we start to pump, I don't think it's crazy to say like 686, but it is kind of crazy to say that. I think there's actually a gap like right here that I was looking at. Yeah. Which this is from a long time ago. But I wanted to find a level in between here without being lazy. What I mean by that is like I could easily just be like, well, from here to here, there's a 50% at 684. That's a good answer, but it's a little lazy. So I wanted to find something that's actually here, and there's actually two gaps that are right here at like 683.50, and then okay, they're about the same. Where's my Control Z? There it is. So as you can see, they're about the same level. When I was looking at this the other night, and I was like, eh. So I've just kind of been leaving this one up. I just didn't. It kind of floods the chart when I share it. So to kind of circumvent that, I have this chart now to show just the key levels. And then when I do the day trading stuff with you guys, or we're looking at small time frames, I'll go to this one, the one that we can add a bunch of shit on. So I'm trying my best to keep those separate. But great question, because yeah, I didn't have shit on my screen. Thank you for calling me out on that. 683.44. But to be honest with you, I really wouldn't be worried about a target on this. I already think this is crazy we've pumped this much. That's a lot. Remember how much we moved in pre-market and how I was like, damn, we moved a lot. You know, it'd be crazy if we moved more today. We have moved a lot. Where's my thing? Here it is. That sounded weird out of context. Where's my thing? So we closed about over here. Pre-market down here. Opened about right here-ish. It's a lot of movement. Also, we need to get rid of some of these damn trend lines. So that's why I'm saying that's impressive, not because, oh my god, we made the 682 or 683. I'm not even saying that. It's just, it is a little impressive how we moved this much all around. And then when the, what the hell? And then when the day started, we actually still had energy to make it from down here up to here. It is truly impressive. Like, people don't realize that. To start lower than the previous day and retake the previous day low is one thing. To start lower than the previous day and retake the previous day low and the halfway of the previous day is a lot. So I'm already impressed from getting above this and having distance, you know? And I don't have ATR on. Maybe I should find that indicator for you guys and show you. Normally, or I haven't done it in a long time, but usually I used to have ATR up here and it'd kind of show you the energy of the chart. Like the volume is one thing, but it's not the fuel. The fuel is the ATR. You know, how much of a daily range do we move? If we normally move $10 a day, and then today we move $20, we have exceeded expectations twofold. I wonder where is the ceiling sitting with 170% on calls. Yeah, that's insane. You're absolutely destroying it. So basically what I was just trying to say is like we moved a lot. You know, if you're someone who's in like longs, don't be surprised we're near high of day. If you're someone who's looking to short, you probably need to wait for a lot more confirmation because we've already moved up so much. It's not just that you're at the right part of the chart, you now also have to wait for timing. Similar to what we were kind of dealing with back here, you know, like good positioning, good timing, just bulls were strong today. Which I'm really glad to look back at this now and be like, yeah, I'm glad we cut because holy shit, that would have hurt. That trade would be actually. Let's look. Yeah, that trade's down bad. If that was still open, that would be bad. Trump finished talking. I think we just went up because he was talking. I don't actually think we went up off of anything. That was a buy the rumor, sell the news. No way did he just say this. Trump just said we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with Iran. Oh my god. What the fuck did I just read? I just shared it, Sandollar, in the chat you're typing in. U.S. has a great capacity to take care of oil business, and he said, we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with Iran. Oh, okay, you see it. Like, Jesus, dude, calm down. Yeah, that one's crazy. It's a crazy thing to say. That's the leader of the free world. We need another beachfront golf course. Let's get Cuba. Yeah. I don't know. I think a lot of people forget that Trump's a really, really good. I know people are probably going to disagree with this, but you just don't know what you're talking about if you disagree with this. But Trump is a really, really good showman. Now, sometimes it might not be in his favor for his own image, but for the stock market, it has been incredible. I remember during the China Trump trade war, the trend was in fucking insane. And it's funny because it's the exact same shit that we see today. It's just different news titles. Kind of feels different because it's, completely different. It's not just a trade war, it's actual war. But it's still just like the impact of like, oh, we think something's going to happen. Let's send the prices up. Something comes out. It is as bad as everyone expected. Prices go down. The whole buy the rumor, sell the news thing. Like it's so true when it comes to like Trump headlines. It just feels crazy every time. So I think some people don't get used to it. Plus the bias of things, I mean, you're allowed to not like your president. You're not the devil for not liking a president, but it just doesn't do anything for you when it comes to the stock market. It's like a completely different world you're stepping in. There. I don't know if about a complete divergence, but I did see earlier on. What kind of helped me kind of flip the script earlier too was like SPX started breaking back above on both moves a little bit earlier than SPY, but you said Trading Views just fucked up on SPX. Okay, fair enough. I do know that when it pushed above that first time, I think it's back here, SPX did beat SPY. I don't remember which candle it was, but I do remember in the stream we were like, "Oh, nice, SPX is poking its head above," and then it took like 2 more candles later for SPY to do that. But you were just saying it was having issues. Okay, fair enough. Holy shit, UNH. Dude, I have been saying it time and time again. The most impressive level in the entire stock market has to be the AMD 50% gap. This shit was promised to AMD 3,000 years ago. 2,000, whatever the meme is. This level holding was promised to AMD forever ago. I remember the last time I posted it was during this, and I posted it and I was like, man, and this was the one I was the most like, damn, maybe it does break, but I'm gonna post this anyway because of how much it's held, and it held again. Fucking crazy. This has to be the most impressive hold of the entire stock market. Call me crazy. All right, guys. Where's this sandwich from that I have? Who can guess through the screen what I'm eating? No sound cues, no nothing. Just me hydrating. If I ever become ruler of the world, um, I'll give you a gold chain if you can guess. Okay, Garden, that's crazy. That is what I'm eating, but what from Chick-fil-A am I eating? Holy shit. And Bueller's New World, you might have a place. Jason's Deli is a great guess, by the way. It is from Chick-fil-A. I had to say sandwich to not make it so obvious. Spicy chicken sandwich. All right, well, Garden, you're in good luck, or you're good news. If I ever rule the world in the future, you are owed a gold chain. If somehow that future ever happens, you are owed a gold chain. A really big one. You are spot on. It's funny because I haven't had one in a little while. So I was like, maybe no one will guess it. Because I feel like it is kind of easy to guess that if you're someone who's in my streams all the time. You'll hold me to it? Bet. I got you. If I was ruler of the world, I would have a day where everybody has to not work and we just have the biggest feast in the entire planet. Everybody's eating and drinking and watching whatever the fuck's on sports, whatever. That would be so cool. A day where we're all feasting at the same time. Or maybe not the same time because, time zone difference, but you know what I mean. What would we call that holiday? That would have to have a cool ass name. I also like McAllister's Deli. Dude, you know some good spots. That is a really good spot. The Purge. That'd be a horrible name. That'd be a really fucking like a really fucked up joke for the whole world to know though. That would be funny. We're calling it the Purge, but we're all just joking. See, we can't call it that because there's always going to be those bad apples that actually try to purge and then ruin it for the rest of us. I don't know. You got to think about these things as ruler of the world. If we were going to have a feast day, what would it be called? It would have to be because you can't be like Chuck Norris Day because it's like okay, that's that's kind of fucked up. Not everybody in the globe. I mean, actually, maybe that wouldn't be a bad one. Who in the globe doesn't know what Chuck Norris is or who Chuck Norris is? Wait, maybe that's the name of the holiday, Chuck Norris Day. It's a day where nobody works and we all just feast. Everything's free. All losses go to the world government. Just for the feast day, though. That'd be cool. Sorry, I keep muting my mic because I'm eating. I don't want to eat on the mic. I don't have to think about consequences of decisions. I'm the equivalent of the Reddit comment guy. The only thing that can take that man down is the power of the internet itself. Because the internet is the only thing in the history of mankind that is truly undefeated. Every army has fallen at least once. The internet has never fallen. Remember, you live on a planet that had Y2K. Remember that. What are you guys up to? Sorry for not clicking around. I've been eating. But what are you guys up to? What are you guys looking at? Or are you guys also just chilling? Yeah, sorry for not clicking around as much. I'd say I'm mainly focused on the fact XOK is at the top of its range now, finally. It got that extra pump in. And then SPY in the 30-minute same time frame. God, doing this with my left hand is impossible. SPY is up close to its next. I mean, not close to its next drawdown fib. That's like another $4 or $3.50. But it did make a new high, and I was just kind of resting here. I think it's just kind of adding into what I was talking about earlier, how we've already moved so much in pre-market and in the open session. So I don't know. It might just be a lunchtime kind of thing. Still though, nice move though. Like I said, not even that long ago, impressive move up. I was already like, damn, this is insane that it's up here. You know, after holding, to go up a little bit more is just even more impressive. As you can see on this chart, how many levels it's actually hit and gone through. You know what I just thought about? What I could do as ruler of the world? I could force Chick-fil-A to be open on Sundays. Other people want to be ruler of the world for other things. These are the things I want. Actually, I don't know, man. Ruler of the world? That sounds like hell. That sounds like an actual migraine of a life. I'm good on all that. But imagine having the power to make Chick-fil-A open on Sundays. The people would love you. The people would scream your names in the streets. That was a good ass Chick-fil-A sandwich. Not gonna front. I like leaving the chart on this too if I'm ever like not trading or I'm just chilling on the daily, because it is kind of nice to remind myself like, oh yeah, we're not that far from all-time high. If you think about it, we're only from this high to this low before they bounced. We're only one from this high to this low. Two. Three, which this is on the other chart. We're over the third one today, actually. So we're only 2 drawdown fibs away from all-time high. That's impressive. This chart just has what's left. This other one has like literally everything. PDCP, it has the 67. It's got everything. But I like this one because it just kind of shows what's left. And then, of course, I left this one for all the people that saw me chart this like a million times. All the original ovals still set in place. Looking good. Seeing if PDH holds, not a trade. Oh, yeah. That's good. Yeah, I mean, even on the daily here, you can see, like, it's really all it's dealing with right now. It did really good, though. Today did really good, getting up here and just being up here at all. It is a little concerning we have the rest of the day, though. So if previous day high doesn't hold, like Data J just said, that will be pretty telling going into tomorrow. Dude, what is UPS doing? Oh, okay. That one's doing pretty good. Good looks, good looks. Dude, that's a crazy screenshot right there for anybody. Remove that junk. 50% gap decides direction. Look where the open is. 50% of the gap. And like I said, Staples getting that one little resurgence and then kind of cascading back off. Now the tech is back alive. Not just on the first gap up, but on the second recovery back up. Kind of double enforcing that move, which is good. Tech's going up. This is going down. That's what you want to see. At least initially. It's okay for this to consolidate, but whenever it makes good moves like today, making a new high or recent high like we are now, it is good to see Staples kind of slow down on its larger time frames. I think I am just going to stick on the 30-minute. I'll probably be live for another 15 or so minutes. So if you guys have anything for me, if you guys have anything you want to say or ask, feel free to throw it out. Seriously, thank you guys again for over 20 likes. And like I said, thank you big time for this here. My recent videos. Thank you guys again. Nothing but support on the video. Bunch of cool comments from you guys. I don't even really promote my own shit that well, so it's really cool that you guys help push my name out there a little bit. Appreciate that. Not that that's a big deal, but it's still cool of you guys. Yeah, let me know if you guys have anything for me. If you have any questions or anything you just want to get out there or share, Doesn't always have to be a question. It could be something you want to get off your chest. What time do you go live? Around the open on the days that I stream. I try to stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, sometimes Thursdays. I don't stream Fridays. Um, if you join the Discord, I do beg you to not just sign up, to just join and just use it as like notifications or to like see where everyone's at or where everyone's looking at. But you don't have to get like a membership or anything. Um, but yeah, if you want to join some future streams, definitely sub up or just check them out. But around the open though, on days that I go live, it'll be around the open. But yeah, I'll end it here in like 10 minutes ish. Give anybody any kind of time they need if they get in here and like, yo, what the hell? It is funny how many times I've had someone join my stream and then I'll be like ending it. They're like, oh, what the hell? I just got here. Just checking it out. Good, yeah. I'm being serious when I say that. It really does kind of get on my nerves when someone just joins and signs up because it's like, oh, nice. You've instantly told me that you're not going to last long because like joining and signing up doesn't do shit. Like, yeah, it gets you extra channels, it gets you access, but it doesn't make you trade better. It just tells me you're an idiot who just signs up for stuff. Um, people who are in my chat are like supporting, if anything. I wouldn't really say they're paying for signals. Like that's not something we do here. We do post plays. Everyone goes over stuff in the chat. You'll see that the most average person in my chat is a leader in anyone else's server. People in my chat trade on their own. They kind of use each other as like reinforcement, if anything, but we don't like tell each other what to do. I do post a lot of things, videos, notifications, stuff like that. Other people in the chat do as well, but yeah. That's why you haven't signed up yet. Well, that's because you hate me. That's all that really comes down to, Ace. I mean, the truth has been let out a long time ago, At this point, it's just getting old, man. I get it. Ace is like, Ace is a chat hopper. He likes to be in like 50 different chats and he pretends to be my friend and shit like that. When in reality, he really just likes to see me like rage and he just likes to troll. Order for Ace type shit. ABC always be chatting. I'm just kidding, by the way. If anybody hears me saying that about Ace, I am just kidding. Ace knows I'm kidding. That's all that really matters. I love Ace. He hates us. It's really a one-sided relationship. I have a lot of love for Ace, but when he shows up in here, it's nothing but, just hate, really. I won't even verbatim anything from him, but like, it's just toxic hate, dude. He just hates us. After all the love I've given him, too. It's crazy. Now, good to see you, though, Ace, even if it is just 3 chat messages today, or 4. I don't even know what you typed. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good, dude. Hope the weather's good for you as well. Up there in the north. Maybe that's why he hates me, because he's from the north and I'm from the south. Maybe it's like a generational hate for me. Bro's a sore winner. I've been with Vince, the Option Insiders, for years. Don't know if you've heard of him. Nah. To be fair, though, it doesn't really mean a lot if I don't know them, because I really don't know a lot of people anymore. I've had a lot of bad experiences, so I just kind of cut off that stuff and kind of keep myself away from it now. Like if I see things about trading on my feed, I just mute it. I don't even want to hear it or read about it from someone else. I really do like to focus on myself, so that's why I'm saying that. If I say it, it actually means nothing. I don't know who those are. I've never heard of them. It means nothing coming from me. But cool though. Glad to have you, man. Or glad to have you share your experiences in here. Hopefully you're. Did it end on a bad note or a good note, or you're still in there? Not that that changes how I perceive you. I just was curious. Because we do get a lot of. I don't know what it is about my group, but I have a lot of people that have been from other groups, and then they come to my group, and then they just like retire here. Uh, Not saying like I'm the solution, but it's I think a lot of people will join my group and they find it as like a comfort, because we really aren't like other groups. Like people come here and actually get self-sufficient and actually do things on their own and then move on. Sometimes they never show up and chat again. Sometimes we see them come back to chat and help other people, grow. It's their choice if they want to. But I have a lot of like graduated traders, I would say. So my chat has definitely calmed down a little bit. But I definitely get my fair share of people coming from other groups, and for good and for the worse. I've definitely had people come in here and have nothing but good things to say about their other groups they've been in, and then I've had many people come in here and complain left and right about the group they came from. So makes sense, I guess. I have definitely had way too many bad experiences just trying to do collab work or just work with other traders that do like social media stuff. So I've just done my best to stay away from it. I think I just find it crazy how many of them don't actually have their own stuff but have groups. Like I've had a lot of people that I've tried to do collab work with, like just have the craziest shit. Like they're like, "So what are you going to talk about? So what are you going to talk about?" And it's like, wait, is it just me doing the talking? Like, are you going to do any talking? Like, what are we? And then they want to sell it, and it's just me doing the work, and it's like, what? Why do I even have you? Why are we selling this? Like, it's just so weird. I wish you would collab with me, brother. You hate me. You've had some generational hate for me since the 1700s, for all I know. And I know some people don't like the word hate, dislike, but no, Ace actually hates me. I come from BB Group. I never complain. Should I? I mean, you should complain if there's something that's worth complaining about. Like, to anyone who complains about me not streaming enough, that's pretty valid. Um, but anything else is pretty not valid, is invalid. That is the only valid complaint someone can have on my chat right now, is that I don't stream enough. And I'll take that complaint. But when I do stream, I'm here at 100%. I'm always going over everything I possibly can. I talk to everybody. I read every message. I go over literally everything. So I feel like I literally don't get any complaints. But if there are people complaining in the dark, like, oh, I wish you streamed more, like, I get that. That's valid. Valid complaint. My haters are my motivators. What's up, though, Ace? If me and Ace did collab work, it would just be me agreeing with how all of his levels line up with mine, and then he would have to explain how he's looking at like 5 strategies at once. I'm still charting BB levels every day, even if I don't trade. I bet with how long you've been doing it, Mikey, you probably just see the levels at this point. Like, seeing the 50% or seeing like kind of just the area you need to be focused on. Ace Ventura, come on down. You just want a brand new car. This is my complaint. Mikey. 33 months, by the way, is absolutely fucking insane. You're hands down my goat. Though I can't say that because there's a few of you that have like 30 plus months. Like, it's kind of crazy. It also freaks me out seeing that number, 33 months, because it like damn, we've really had the YouTube thing this long, and if you remember, this isn't even the oldest thing like the Discord is. So it's kind of crazy the YouTube stuff's getting this old now. Like, it makes me feel old. That's why that's my pinned tweet on Twitter, though. Pinned tweet on Twitter. That's a sentence. Because it just like it always reminds me like how long I've been promoting the same shit over and over again. Over 5 years on YouTube, almost 7 on Discord, and it's actually over 7. It's almost 8. I just suck at tweeting, and yeah, but almost 8 years doing the same exact shit. Maybe some of it's optimized, some of it's better organized, some of it's better understood now. But no shit, it's been almost 8 years, so of course things would be a little different. But the levels have stayed the same. The things we look at, the way we look at them are the same. Super cool. Just been doing the same thing over and over again. It's not super exciting. It's not super entertaining. It's just good old boring routine work. And shout out to anybody who's definitely contributed in a good way to the system, like Leland, like Harland. I would definitely say those two more than anybody. $33 times 5 is 165. Where'd you get 33 from? Oh, your months thing. Yeah, I've even had group owners, Mikey, ask me to increase my price. When I was popping back in the day, I had people ask me to lower my price because it was kind of pissing them off. And since then, I've lowered them even more because it's just like blows my mind that people pay for like, and you'll hear me like when people join here, I'm always like, yo, don't sign up, just join, see if the chat's cool or not. See if you like it. If you want to support, do that later on. But you could still get whatever you want out of it for free. It amazes me how many people will go trade in a community that basically just has more energy in it. It has nothing to do with a different strategy or anything. It almost comes down to like, well, there's a lot of people here, so I might as well be here, kind of thing. So I think that's why people are able to pay that amount every month, even if they're not getting anything out of it. But yeah, I know that shit is pretty crazy though. I saw a group get promoted the other day. I had to like mute it on my Twitter feed. One of them was getting promoted, and it was like 165 a month. It was that number you just typed, but for a month. And I was like, huh? Like, brother, you better be making me fucking rich if your shit's basically 200 a month. Like, that's crazy. That's why I call it the BB support role or whatever the fuck it's called now, because it's like, I don't want people to see that and be like, oh my god, if I get this, I'll be rich, because it says so on Bueller's thing. It has like that effect, that it'll make me rich if I sign up and I'm like other people. But some people just like having more people to talk to, which I guess I get that. That's a chill reason. There's nothing wrong with that. And then some people just get tricked, and some people are desperate. I mean, it's really a mix of reasons. It's not like it's just one crowd of people doing this, though it might feel like it. Don't you dare increase. No, 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 no. I'm never increase. I'm too lazy to do it. Brother, I'm too lazy to go in there and adjust anything. It's trust me. You will definitely never have to worry about me. I have thought about doing it for the YouTube membership thing, not increasing it, but making another one that was like extra. But then I was like, what would I even do on it? So I just trashed that. That was a long time ago that I had that idea. That was like years ago. I trashed that idea because it's like, if I want to do more, I'll just stream more. You know. Plus, I don't get up to start my stream and I'm like, all right, do I have 150 people sub to my YouTube channel? Nope. Okay, not going live then. Like it's not the thing that drives me to click. I'll only stream if I feel like streaming. I'll only stream if I feel like being here because I know every time I stream, I go 100%, 110%. Go to any of my streams, you'll hear the same level of energy in it. If I don't stream, it's because I don't have the energy to do it. I don't want to do it. So, that's the thing that kind of helps me is like I don't use the well, how many subs do I have or how many likes did I get like to do another thing. I will go post a video that gets 30 views. I don't give a shit. It's not about views or likes or like looking cool or looking good. Like that's cringe. What's cool is getting good results after working your ass off for it. That's pretty cool. That's a very cool feeling. Can't make everyone happy. Yeah, that's true too. I think in the beginning that was my biggest mistake. And I think that's kind of what made me get into that like exhausted, I don't want to be here anymore kind of shit. Cuz I did take like an almost year break from YouTube and Discord. And a lot of it came down to just trying to make everyone happy. People want a channel for this, people want a channel for that. People want this guy to get a channel. People want this guy to talk more. People want this guy to get mod. People want this guy to talk. People want Bueller to do this, trade this, stream that, look at this. And like it's cool. Like I like that. I like people being like, "Hey man, can you look at this? I just got finished trading this. Check it out." I fucking love looking at other people's trades and be like, "Dude, sick trade," or like compare and contrast. Like maybe not say, "Hey, this is better than what you did," like, but maybe saying, "Hey, this is how I looked at it," you know, and just kind of show them a different, you know, opinion without attacking their, you know, base bias for liking or not liking something. Like you can be constructive and have a conversation with someone without shitting on their opinion or shitting on why they like or didn't like something. And I think that's my favorite thing to do is just like going over shit. Not just the trading aspect, but like truly trying to understand, okay, why did that trigger me to like that? And why does it keep working? Because I want to keep doing that. I want to recreate it. Or maybe I bump into something that I'm like, fuck, I don't like that at all. Okay, then I need to work on finding the different triggers or conditions to pick up on to be like, all right, I don't need to be touching this. Can you create a futures channel? I hate you. I actually hate you. I will never forget years ago when I worked in a Michelin star restaurant and people would complain that sushi was too fishy. Wait, you worked in a Michelin star restaurant? You're just casually throwing that out there? Were you a Michelin chef yourself, or you just worked at one and there was a Michelin chef there? That's fucking crazy. Yo, back to what you said though. You said people complained sushi were too fishy. I've actually met someone that hates seafood, and we would go to like seafood places here and there, and they complain that it smells like fish and it's fish. It's like no shit, it's a seafood place. I don't understand people that don't like seafood. I'll be honest. I think those people are pretty crazy. Some people will try to cope, be like, "Well, seafood's good for you." Like, no, I don't. I honestly don't care. It could be bad for you, but I'd still like it. Operations manager, shit, that's still a big dick swinging role at a Michelin restaurant. That's pretty badass. What state was that in? I mean, you don't have to sit here and like dox the location of this place, but like, what state was that in? That's super badass. I don't know if we've had a Michelin employee here before or not. You know, someone who's worked at one. Dubai? What the fuck? I said what state? Bro said Dubai. Get humbled, American. God. A Michelin restaurant in Dubai, I feel like is a different kind of flex. That is crazy. Back to work. Hope everyone's banking. You too, Mikey. Thank you again for showing up, Mikey. I always appreciate you. You literally always come in here. Even though you don't always have the time to be in here and talk all the time, you always come in here and drop me off some love and share some cool different things that you're doing. So I appreciate you, dude. Seriously. It's the people like Mikey that keep this I won't say keep the channel alive, but have definitely brought life to the channel. In New York City, Michelin star steakhouse, people would ask for what? My grandma eats steak with ketchup, and I tell her how fucking evil that is. I've never had a I've never in my life had a steak with ketchup. I probably had one in the very, very beginning when I was younger to like try it, and then I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I just gave up on that and just thought that was evil for the rest of my life, and still to this day think that. But yeah, I think eating a steak with ketchup is early on signs of like, yeah, this person's fucking crazy. Early onset of, yeah, this person's gonna end up in a straitjacket. Surprisingly, my grandma has not yet. I'll report her. You cross me one more time, Grandma, and I swear. You eat one more steak with ketchup, and I swear. Honestly, I think I could do with that as long as they like bacon. But if I ever meet someone that doesn't like bacon and eats steak with the ketchup, I will go to jail right there. Not in GTA. I don't know why, Data J, but I read that way too quick, and I thought you said I have a disgraced cousin that sold a biz. I'm like, what? I had to reread it. That makes more sense. He did that at a very first restaurant, and the chef literally came out and told him to buy a hamburger instead. Oh my god, bro. I don't care how broke you are in this world. If you've ever eaten a steak and you told yourself that you like ketchup with it, stop eating steak. Like, seriously, go get a burger at that point. That is such a great idea, though. W Chef. What's another pet peeve for food? What's another good food pet peeve? I think when I was a kid, I didn't like my food touching, but as I've gotten older, I'm like, man, I honestly could not care less. But what's like an actual food pet peeve that people have even as adults? Fake allergies just to annoy servers? I've never heard of that, but that's fucking evil. Oh, I can't have peanuts. Then why did you order this with peanuts? Wait, that's actually a thing people do? Maybe I don't go outside enough. Man, that would actually get me. Actually, I just realized how bad of a server I would be. I would be the world's absolute worst server because I can't stand small talk. Like, I think saying hi, okay, that's cool, great. But like, bro, I don't give a shit how your day's going. I don't care about the weather. You don't care about how my day's going. You don't care about the weather. Like, you could skip this part of the conversation and jump to the meat, you know? Jump to the what you actually want to talk about conversation. As a server, you probably have to go through so much small talk, you'd probably go insane. Imagine the amount of people who try to be funny as well, and it's like the cringiest humor ever. Oh my god. Actually, upon further evaluation, I have a lot more respect for servers who have to go through that. Not because of what they're doing, but because of the conversations they probably have to mentally work themselves through. I'm gluten free, so I drink Tito's. Oh my god. Apparently, everyone has a gluten allergy. Brother, I don't even know what the shit gluten is anymore. I feel like I've heard that word said so much that I've forgotten the definition. I have forgotten what that even is. I remember when everyone started doing keto, I didn't know what the hell it was, and I thought it was like a sort of like a fighting jutsu or like a karate kind of thing. I was like, damn, bro, everybody's getting into this keto shit. Everybody's getting into karate. Basically, wheat. Oh yeah, I definitely don't have a wheat allergy then. Why don't they just call it a wheat allergy? Or is it just all bread? Dude, imagine being allergic to bread. That would suck so much ass. Allergic to bread? That's like when a dog is allergic to grass. It's like, how do you stay away from that? It's everywhere. It's like with a human, like, bro, everything has bread. Not everything, but a lot of things have bread. Bro, that means you couldn't have, like, all the cool rolls from the different restaurants. Oh my god, that would suck. There's like so many big things you could be complaining about right now, and we're over here complaining about imagine having a bread allergy where you can't eat bread. I don't even know if that's a thing, by the way, but geez, that would suck. It's celiac disease that forces people to go gluten free. It's also very rare. The rest of the people just claim to be gluten free to make themselves special. Oh, yeah, that's what y'all are making fun of because people say it and they're not actually. Why would you want to fake having a gluten allergy, though? That's so weird. To fake yourself out of like eating more bread, maybe? That's weird. To think there's people out there that are like scared of their weight, and there's people out there that are scared of telling the truth about not actually being allergic to gluten. Crazy. Crazy world we live in. I guess I'm not ending stream yet because y'all somehow kept me on here longer. It is almost 1. We could almost look at the daily time frames. I don't like to cover this stuff a lot because I won't lie, I get kind of cocky when we look at the swing stuff. My win rate is too high for my ego. I don't even have a big ego, but my win rate is getting crazy, dude. We need to chill on the swings, yo. That's why I didn't do any last week. I think I did one the week before. That was our last swing, I think was... Actually, am I lying? What was our last swing? Does anybody remember? Was it MO? Oh my god, why is this so minimized? Yeah, MO was the last one we did. That was a fucking great swing. We need another one like that. That was really good timing, though. That was this candle. So we haven't swung since 3:30. So it's been 12 days since I called out a swing. Damn, my chat hates me now. There's big misconception that bread and potatoes make you fat. Dude, I knew it was never true. I fucking knew it. The same people who say bread and potatoes make you fat probably don't believe that we've been to the moon before. These are the people that need to be put on lists. Just saying. Been driving back. Finally was goats to goated for the goat pen. What the fuck are you saying? What is up, Maddie? Good to see you. We love both Maddies to the fullest extent. Maddie Clams and Maddie Ice. And we have Matthew in the chat as well. So goated that Lulu Simpson uses your milk to make $45 salad. Jesus Christ. Buffalo milk. Is that real? That's not real, right? He's trolling. In farming sim it is. I was like, wait, that's not real, is it? Like, I've never heard of that. But then again, I know plenty of people who didn't even know you could eat, like, bison, which is crazy. Bison's really good. Low key, it's a little overhyped, though. If you ever meet someone that really, really, really likes bison, they're overhyping it. It is good. It's honestly pretty damn good. But it's not as good as the person overhyping it is saying. They'll have you think you're having strip A5 Wagyu off a grass-fed cow that only eats golden grass. It ain't that good. It's good. It's not S tier. Had a few bison burgers just to yeah, the bison burgers slap. But now, like, there's like, you can have like a bison fillet. Shit's pretty good. Had some fire ass ginger soy sea bass this week. Hold up, bro. What are we even? Ginger soy sea bass. Damn, this shit does look fire. Honestly, it was a crazy combination of words, so I just had to see what it looked like. Ginger soy sea bass. Damn, Maddie was eating good. My bad. We already forgot what I was supposed to be doing. So something I really like to do before I look at like the swing scanners is, which again, I like to say swing scanners, and it sounds super smart and super cool. A lot of people throw it around, it makes you sound smarter than you really are. But this just scans for. I mean, it has a lot of things on it, but the main thing it's looking for are stocks that are closing between the 9 and 21 on the daily. EMA, not MA. And then this one does the 21 and 50, and this just gives me a good list to start with, and then I try to find things in between those EMAs that have like, good candlestick patterns, which again, if you haven't taken the time to do this, you're one, missing out. Two, you need to go to the Discord real quick. It's free. Go to the trade floor. Mike 2 even just relinked it for Marathon today. But the candlestick handbook, download this shit. It's barely over a megabyte. It's free. Check it out. There's actually a lot of free things in the pin messages of this channel. But this is like the big one that we like to, push to everybody. Check it out though, download it. But we like to look for signals that are basically from this, within those scanner finds, and we like to just weigh our options. We like to try to find the ones that we think has the highest probability. That's it. Sometimes it's because of a key level. Like on AMD, I'm sure all of you are aware of this. It's like literally all of you are probably aware of this, but the 50% of this large gap up, it's not that crazy that it's been getting used. What's crazy is how many times it's been getting used and how clear of signals it gets every time. Hammer, inside bar breakout, bullish engulfing that we traded. And even back here, single soldier, morning star, bullish engulfing, inside bar breakout, bullish engulfing, inside bar breakout, bullish engulfing. Like, it's giving you so many buyer signals above a key area, So we like to use that kind of thing to kind of help us with swings. But this list just gives me a good starting point. But the first thing I like to do is look at sectors and just kind of take a look at this first, because let's say I find tech and I'm like, damn, this looks like it's going to go more. Then I'll go to, whenever I see a tech stock or a tech weight, I'll make sure to remember that, or if I want to just go look at tech stocks, vice versa. Oh, sorry, I got to stretch. The Chick-fil-A sandwich is catching up to me. Oh my god, had some. Oh wait, I already read that. Billy, good morning, my brother. Question: when you're charting Nvidia SPY, I believe a few streams ago you gave chat a clue on what other things to look for that can give us a clue where price might. No, you're good. I don't think you're trying to put words in my mouth. I was just trying to understand what you're saying. I was probably talking about context. It sounds like just context. Let me type it out so we all understand my goofy ass. Context is probably what I was talking about. But basically, context just allows you to like create higher probability decisions. Like, maybe you don't know statistically 100% that, oh, every time this happens 8.6% of the time, or something like that. But you just know something that happens a lot, right? Like, if we're on a gap up and we're breaking under current day low or under today's open, we know the 50% of that gap up is a really big magnet for price to go magnet towards. So I was probably speaking to just context. A website you can go to, maybe check out other big tech companies. I'm not really sure then, because I don't know, because I really don't promote a whole lot of websites, just the news websites. Maybe when we were talking like the long-term picks, maybe? Are you speaking from like a long-term investment point of view, or like short-term trading, or like what are you? Because if that's the case, then you're probably talking about this, because this is the only website I could think of. My ad blocker's on. Good, it's doing its fucking job. Maybe this one from Maddie. Does this look familiar? Maybe. I'm not really sure. If you could find me what stream or whatever, I could maybe help you with exactly what I was talking about. But if it's for like short term trading, I was probably talking about context. If it's like for like long term pick stuff, maybe we were looking at this as the only website I could maybe think about. And you're good. I'm just trying to figure out what you're meaning. Damn, there's some bangers down here. Maddie, have you taken a look at this? I mean, I knew Nike was down here, but like, well, I knew this was down here too because of you. Because you like Adobe. Which, that's crazy. This might be the furthest I've seen one fall in a while that Maddie likes. I don't think he's liked any of these. Maybe Hood, but not in the same sense. Maybe Salesforce. I know Maddie likes Adobe. I believe Maddie went to another source to get an idea about NVIDIA before placing a trade. I'm trying to think. And you're good. It's honestly kind of hard to talk about this kind of stuff when you're trying to remember something and it's like, fuck, how do I word this? Nah, F Hood? Yeah, I figured. It's bull only. Since you're getting into reading about commodities, very cool. Shout out corn. I look for an EIA report to see if I'm getting a heavy supply of oil or lower. Mm-hmm. I wonder what the hell we could have talked about to make that connect, though. What the hell were we talking about? If you ever do go back, Kyle, and you find it, link me it on Discord or something, and I'll try to figure out what the hell we were looking at. And if you don't find it, you don't have the time to go back and look. I get it. It is a kind of lot of shit to look through. But yeah, I'm sorry I can't remember exactly what the hell you were trying to think about. I don't really promote a lot of websites, is why I was confused too, because I'm like, what is he talking about? Like, there's only so many things he could be talking about. It's either this, my YouTube, just trying to think about like all websites. Uh, maybe the IV dashboard, but I don't even think I showed this that much to where somebody's like, yo, that's cool. I could use that. So I really don't know. Oh, and then the news websites. These are the only ones I really promote. So it had to be like a one-off conversation, but I'm not sure. Which I would like to point out, guys. I said it a couple weeks ago. We're going to be getting some XLF earnings soon. Goldman Sachs reporting already. So we'll be seeing some more banks. Does anybody remember what I said follows the banking sector's earnings? Does anybody remember? If you guys remember this, and I take over the world, you get a free chain from this. Garden Trader already redeemed her future golden chain. What am I looking for? Or what are we as a group? What are we as a group of, individuals looking for after bank earnings start? Does anybody remember? If you remember this, 1,000 years, good luck to your family. At least from me personally, which I don't know will do anything. But that energy's out there now, King/Queen. Whoever gets this, please someone get this. I will literally kiss you on the cheek through the monitor if one of you get this. Garden, you're going to be super rich if I somehow end up in that position. Yes, tech earnings. I said it so many times in the past. I was kind of hoping somebody would remember it because it isn't something I sit here and talk about every stream. So it is a little more of a challenging of a question. I wouldn't say that was an easy one. Yeah, bank earnings go into tech earnings, which is majority of the market. So it's pretty important to pay attention to that high volatile event. Last week it was CPI and PCE, just because we are already kind of dealing with the Iran Trump stuff. And it was just to kind of see, is this going to add on to this? Oh, here we go. Like, we knew inflation was up, but how much worse did it get? Now it's about to be earnings. The next news events will be earnings. Oh, there's earnings. They're going to go up towards earnings. Goldman not doing as bad as anticipated kind of starts to prove that a little bit early too, which I didn't even see how they reacted, but I'm not surprised to hear that they're putting out good numbers, because I think we're still in the part of the rotation in the market where we're still going to see a lot of good earnings come out, but you're going to be like, what the fuck? How are they still doing so well? It's like, dude, the war wasn't the whole first quarter. So you're still going to see a lot of good earnings come out. So maybe some of these charts have some good news events for them. I'm just kind of throwing out, theoreticals here. If you look at the tech chart itself, look where it's holding. It's holding this key area in between the main two areas we've been looking at. So, I mean, if it pushes beyond this and we start to get into more earnings, who's to say tech isn't near all-time highs in the next couple months? Which puts SPY where? All-time highs. Probably new all-time highs at that point. I kind of went off course. I was supposed to be talking about sectors. Oh, that's right. We were talking about context because I was trying to remember what Kyle wanted, but I couldn't remember. Could not remember. But overall, when I look at the swing stuff, though, I really like to start with the sectors to kind of get a good look. And then I like to compare it to SPY like you just saw me do with tech. And kind of just like look at it and just be like, all right, well, let me go to the right chart. Let's say we're, kind of like today, holding bullish. Looks like it has a little bit of room to the next level. So I want to go confirm that with other charts. Do these have the same? Tech is at a resistance. It really needs to pass the 144s to give us more confirmation higher. Banks did a good job holding the 50% of the gap down, or of the gap up. Sorry, I can't speak. Comms, I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for this shit to get retaken. It's been happening the past few days. So far, everything lines up with what SPY is telling us. Discretionary, poking its head above the next level. Healthcare, this doesn't have to go with the rest of these, but it is good if it ever is on our side. Today, just a 50-50 candle, so nothing super crazy, but I would like to point out they are still holding the 50% of the gap, and they have filled this gap here as well. So 2 gaps filled in one day right here. Staples, remember I said they don't have to go down to keep telling us tech is good. Tech can go up and this just consolidate, and that's fine. So if this consolidates or goes down, this further increases us saying, hey, yeah, tech's probably going to keep going up. And then energy, this is more going to be news oriented, so we'll see what happens with the Strait of Hormuz, or however the F you pronounce that. But yeah, so pretty much all of this lines up. The one that kind of scares us a little bit is maybe the tech chart, because it is at a historical area. The 144s have been very helpful to us in the past, and we're up here again. Have not surpassed it, but we have gone as far as we possibly can without breaking it. So everything else saying, yeah, we're bullish, we're fine. So that kind of gives me a little bit of a bias. And then I can go to this chart, kind of double confirm. Yeah, that kind of lines up with this. It kind of feels like we have a little bit more room above our heads. It just feels a little bit more scary, probably, because it is a lot of a news market, pretty much. But from a TA point of view, that's what the charts are saying. And then you can start to go through these different ones. So maybe you're bearish on the staples because you think the market's going to bounce or whatever. Then you can go look at some short setups. The first time when this started reversing, we shorted MO. That was a big reason we shorted Altria, was because we were like, yeah, Staples should have like a short-term, drawdown. It had a nice one-day move for us and we took our profits, but as you can see, it's kind of back in the same seat. It kind of feels like Staples are cooling off, and there's staple stocks like this that are in a position that can cool off. So that's really all we go for, if that makes sense. We kind of do the same thing for smaller time frame scalps. It's just not as much shit you're looking at. But yeah. That was a lot of talking. Oh no, I shared everything we do. No. I was supposed to charge you guys thousands of dollars first. Fuck. Fuck. Dude, we gotta do a word count for one of these streams. I gotta have like 10,000 words said in one of these streams. And yes, gibberish counts. I was like, what was that? You were supposed to charge us 22K, LOL, like trading account. There's a. Oh, that's what you were telling me before. Dude, if I had more than one person buy something from me that was 22K, bro, I would not be streaming right now. I'd be selling the shit out of whatever the hell that is. That's crazy. I also wouldn't live long because I would have a heart attack from not sleeping. Because, like, how would you ever go to sleep at night? Like, I get like trading communities. That's one thing where it's like an actual community of like, hey, let's hang out, let's all talk, let's do that stuff. Like, it's not really like, hey guys, sign up. Like, because if you go to my chat, I can't even tell you the last time I pinged people to sign up. But like some chats, it really is just like sign up, sign up, sign up, sign up, sign up, sign up, buy this, buy this, buy that. 22K though, bro, I could not sleep at night. I'm not even like religious. I genuinely would not be able to sleep at night. I would be thinking about like, damn, bro, like I'm gonna die and all these people I fucked over are gonna be right here staring. Like, bro, that would be such a weird thing. How would you go to sleep at night? Easier in your imported silk sheets. They wanted 55K for the elite coaching program. All stories and no bank statements. LOL, I'm good. Yeah, that's crazy. Even if they have bank statements, I don't know if I'd be sitting there paying someone 55K. I I don't give a fuck if you've made millions of dollars, bro. What does that entitle me to pay you 55K for? That's the math doesn't even make sense. That's actually absurd. What could I promote for myself right now? The newest video, I guess. A public free video. Unless you have Unless you don't have YouTube Premium, then you might get an ad, but it's like a 7-minute video, so I doubt it. Yeah, check this out if you guys are new here. It's less than 7 minutes. What else could we promote? You know, I thought about this the other day. I keep getting sussed out to click this because I think if someone clicks this, they're like they get the video for free. But I forgot you can't. If you don't have access to this, the YouTube won't let you watch it. So yeah, that was pretty funny. These are member videos? I thought that was public. Maybe it wasn't. Yeah, because if it was, wouldn't it show how many views it has? But because it doesn't, that means it was only. Damn, I had 31 likes on a member only video. I use less levels than back then. My watch list is definitely way to the left compared to then. But overall, it's about the same. Oh. The amount of times I have to still remind people of that is crazy. I'll have so many people be like, "You don't use pre-market anymore?" Like, what are you talking about, bro? I use pre-market every day. Do I mark it? No. Been using it for fucking almost 8 years now. Why would I mark it? I can damn near feel it when I have pre-market turned off. Like, I've been looking at it so much, you just religiously know where it is. You check it once, maybe you mark it. You know, the low and the high. I'm not marking that wick with the F down there. And then the high, or actually the high's right there. And 9 times out of 10, one of these levels lines up with another level. So it's a waste of time to mark because a lot of the time it lines up with something else. So I just remind myself, oh, it's near this. Oh, it's near this. You know, I just remind myself, where is it near? What other key level is it at? Because it's actually very common that a pre-market lower high is with or near another level, whether it's a previous day high, low, PDCP, CDO, lines up with other levels a lot of the time. I think some people just are like, they see me not using a level that's marked and they're like, what the hell? But it's just like, I just don't need to physically mark every level I'm using, especially the ones that I've been using for so long that it's just like, it's just there. It's still definitely useful. It's still very effective. Visually, yes, I have definitely changed, but nothing level wise has changed. It's all preference too. Like, are you someone who wants to use every level possible? Awesome, you can totally do that. Go out emerging candles, do your previous day levels, remember CDO and PDCP, triumph everything, and that's really all you need. If you're someone who's like, yo, I can't handle 1,000 levels on my screen, you know, you're not like person number one, then that's also cool. Guess what? As long as you have CDO and PDCP marked, that's really all you need. But if you want to add just some small key levels here and there to kind of help you aid outside of that, awesome. If you're someone who wants to like fix the chart up every day, awesome. If you're someone who just wants to leave levels there and you don't want to have to mess them every day, awesome. There's a bunch of different ways to do that. It's all about preference, which it's funny because a lot of things come down to that. What indicators you use, you know, how you look at a chart, how you like to trade, it's all preference at the end of the day. Mo indicators, mo problems. For real. But to some people, it's not a problem. To some people, it's just preference. Some people just like having a shit ton of indicators on their screen, which is fine. I just think most people don't need to be using that. I just think most people get tunneled into thinking that's the main thing they need to be doing. Like, dude, you need to be you need to be researching and figuring out what you fuck with the most. So you can be comfortable with it, you can trust it, you can get used to it, you can learn things from it, get better at taking advantage of it, whatever it may be. Like on the daily time frame, you guys see my streams. I never use indicators, but when I go to the daily time frame and I'm looking for a swing, I don't mind having the 8 on, the 8 with the 21 because it's my strategy. I've been using the same strategy for almost 8 years now. It's actually a little over 7. It's the same shit. And it's funny too because like the candlestick patterns, like it doesn't ruin anything, it ties into it. It's not like you put one thing over another and it makes it impossible to read. Though I kind of want to go through these now and see, is there anything that's like poking its head up? BSX before earnings. Adobe with room to the 21. And I'm not going to be shocked if I see a lot of bearish healthcare setups, just because that did take a dip recently, or staple setups, just because that is taking a dip. And that's why we do the sector analysis first. So you go into these and you're not just like, oh my God, I found the best bullish setup ever. And then you go to the sector and it's bearish. And then you go to SPY and it's bearish. And it's like, oh, well, that's not so good, is it? Especially if it's a stock that is, you know, definitely going to move along with SPY or whatever sector it belongs to. The heavier weight, the better. Damn, Oracle. SMCI as well. This is like your NVIDIA AMD sector. So the fact this is popping its head up actually looks pretty good. Microsoft popping its head up too, which you'll start to see as a common theme in the tech sector. Does anybody remember why? Because in the tech sector, we had a really nice green day going into a resistance. So it's a little bit risky just taking open bullish setups on tech because we're in the resistance. You can definitely pair this with other TA though. Like if you go to SPY or you go to other sectors in SPY, not that one, that one. And you're like, yeah, SPY has more room, which it does. And you go to the other sectors, like, well, these look really good. They're bouncing. They're doing well. Then that can kind of add on to your tech sector because it should help that chart. Of course, barring any news that comes out. So you will see that as a common trend as we go through a lot of these different setups, which is, again, why I start off with going over the sectors and SPY first. So we have a good general, you know, look over everything. And then as we zoom in more, we kind of understand like, oh, okay, that's why this is doing this, or, you know, what's lagging, what's leading is really what we're looking for. What's up though, Ace? What are we swinging? I don't know what this is, but that looks crazy. Healthcare. Energy. I low-key want to swing a bank stock to the upside because I don't really want to swing tech because with the 50-50ness of in that resistance. But I really like the potential for banks to move more because of what it held today. Not just a big ass green candle, it's a big ass green candle that opened down here. Held on to the 50% gap. So it just kind of feels like over the next 2-3 days, banks should go up. Of course, like I said, without any news, you know, changing all that. JPM, Visa, MasterCard are your biggest weights outside of Berkshire. JPM has earnings soon. Visa doesn't look too bad. I honestly hate to say it, but isn't this option chain like ridiculous? ridiculous. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it was. That'd be an end of month. What about an end of next month? Sheesh. What about the 8th of next month? Sheesh. Damn, why is there no open interest on any of this except the sweep? Which, fair enough. I guess aiming for a short term isn't too crazy. 313. Yeah, we'd have to go for like the 315 call for next week. And that would just to be to get to like the high of this move right here. Which probably lines up with this drawdown fib right here. Yep, on the dot. I hate how much I like this setup. Drowning in PayPal, I should have bought Venmo. Have you actually been buying PayPal with me? You're a legend. Should have bought Venmo is fucking hilarious. Drowning in PayPal. Also got UPS. I'm not buying any more Netflix for now because it's, up past my limit. I like UPS. It's boring. I bet there's even people in chat who looked at this and were like, I'm not trading UPS. But that's why we're buying shares of it because it's boring. It's nice. It's where I want it. I think I said 108 was my trigger to not buy anymore, but low-key, I might stop buying more now and just chill with what I have. Netflix, of course. Should have bought Venmo is such a great-ass message. We got a cool watch list of other stuff, too, that we own or we're looking at or want to own. Oh, yeah, and then Sophie, too. Ace. I like Sophie a lot as long as it's under 1880. Pretty much under 20, I like it. Anything over that, and I feel like we're overpaying for shares. Even 20 kind of feels like I'm overpaying. But yeah, I really like Sophie down here as well. I've always wanted to have Sophie shares, but I haven't really had the chance to buy it where I want. Even this is still kind of higher than where I want, but I'm happy to at least dollar cost average down here. But if you are actually getting PayPal, man, I'm happy for you. I hope you're serious. I really like Adobe for a short-term long swing going into tomorrow, and I really like Visa, if anybody's wondering, since I did all that yapping. Any external thoughts from the stream here? Any backseaters want to say something? I'm just kidding. We appreciate the backseating here, unless it's toxic. I definitely don't mind the backseating, though. Bay. Let's see. That is the craziest comment of today. Trump announcing the U.S. may stop by Cuba when finished with Iran. That's pretty crazy. To weaken, first strengthen. To open the strait, first close it. Dude, these memes are funny. You know what's another funny thing I keep seeing on Twitter, and maybe not this. Maybe this doesn't happen a lot. I just see it. It just feels like I see it a lot. Um, but I feel like I'll see people be like, "Don't read this fake news," and then they'll like repost something, and it's like them asking Grok. It's like, bro, I have personally already proven Grok wrong on multiple instances. Like Grok doesn't know the truth to everything at all times. Sometimes it won't know everything until weeks later because it's continuously updating. I've seen it get so many things wrong. So like sitting there and telling people they're reading fake news while confirming with Grok is pretty crazy work. Like right here, somebody said this post is fake because it's just from Israel and Iran, but I found the same news and it's from the New York Post. It's like, brother, they're all posting it. I get when some people are like, hey, they're only posting this and it really is just from one country, but like, brother, every country reported this news. It is crazy how much news I've been reporting on my Twitter though. And I've only been taking straight from Financial Juice or Briefing.com. I take from the same two sources every time because before they post, they always have like multiple sources show before they post. So I always like going with them because I feel like they're the safest. They're not going to get everything right, but you were looking for an evolution of indicators meme, but only found the one I copied off topic. Let's see. You might be cooking here. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that one now. You'd have to add without trying to name names. You'd have to put some strategies over the last few years that are kind of popular. Oracle. Maddie, did you take a look at Adobe or Visa for me? Adobe or Visa for me on the daily? And yeah, holy shit, Oracle. Does that say 11.3%? What am I looking at? Dude, I've lost so many followers, and all I've been doing is posting news. Dude, people hate reading news. Maybe I'll quit posting news. I mean, I'm not joking. People hate it. But you know what's crazy? I gained followers when I called out people copying my strategy. I gained followers when I like spread negativity, but I lose followers when I just talk when I just post news. And I don't think I really gain or lose followers posting links. I don't think people care. That is what's crazy to me. Also, holy shit, this tweet got 17 likes, dude. I didn't even know 17 people saw my Twitter. Oh, my largest Twitter. Yeah, it is crazy, like how many really big trader accounts follow my Twitter, and you'll see they're like some of the first people that have followed me. It's pretty crazy. It's almost like I was the first person on the internet posting a pre-market strategy. It's crazy how that works. Now everybody has an indicator for pre-market high, pre-market low. I really don't care as much just because like I don't think they realized how much better you can use those levels now. So I'll let them stay in the blind where they just short pre-market high to pre-market low or long from pre-market low to pre-market high because that's honestly a very elementary trade. That's like going to first or second grade. I have people in my chat who've been calling out outside bars before lunchtime is even near. You know, that's that's pretty impactful. There's people in my chat, not even me. I'm talking about people in my chat, just traders of any size, are able to call out outside bars in the morning session. So trust me, we're not losing much. Let them keep taking the second grade trades. It's really not that big of a deal anymore. I'm over it. Or like a CDO retake or a PDL retake or a PDH retake. Like anybody in here taking retake trades, you're a god. Those trades they seem easy on paper when you're reviewing them, but when you actually try to trade them, you're like, oh shit, these are hard. Because you really have to trust them. You really have to trust what you're doing. If you don't, then you're gonna fumble and you're gonna get out before it keeps going your way and you make money, or you're gonna hold on too long and you're gonna lose all your. It's like you really have to just stick to what's there. Like anybody in here taking retake trades or buy the dip trades, even those are super special. A liquidity grab, Ace, but not just the 90% entry liquidity grab. Like the high or low of it, the second thing. Don't just buy the first thing. Like never buy the first thing. Always wait for that second thing. You know how like let's say a new low of day is made under previous day low, and then it retakes that previous day low before it slows down on whatever time frame you're on. Let's say the 5 minute, 1 minute, whatever. Draw a low to the high of that move that retook the previous day low, and of the 50% of that, that's where you want to trade around. Because if it retakes and holds on to that, it's going up. High probability. And you're at good risk, and you didn't just trade the first thing that popped up. It breaks that. It's a good chance you're watching continuation before it's even made the new low. Not that I would try to trade that new low. You probably want to wait for a retest under first, the same instance as what you're trying to do to go up. But I don't know. It's a good like rule set to have. You always have the next thing to do. Yeah, he worded that pretty good. I know what a retake trade is, but can you explain it to Matty Ice? What time frame should Matty be looking at? It's really what you can use what I just said on any time frame you like for whatever you do for your scalping or day trading. Like if you're someone who likes the 1 or the 2 or the 3 or the 5 minute, then use it on that and stick to it. Don't use it on 1 and then go up to the 20 minute and try to trade it. It's like, dude, come on. I even like when people draw things on the 5 or the 10 or the 15 and go down to a smaller time frame like that. I feel like is super efficient, but going up is not the way to do it when you're drawing that fib. But you're basically just drawing the liquidity grab fib, low to high, the thing, the retake move, and then of that move's 50%, or if you want to use the golden pocket, sure, I like the 50% more. Trade around that. Make sure you clip that ace so I don't have to go over it for the 62nd thousandth time. Click what? I said clip. Jesus. Clip, old man, clip. I said make sure you clip that conversation so I don't have to go over it for the 62nd thousandth time. Bro. I could have low broed you there, but I didn't. I said bro. Eli Lilly looks good for shorts. I'm hesitant on the two setups that I like. Like, I think Visa looks good short term towards 312. Fuck you, MasterCard. I think Adobe looks really good short term. But there's also a really good chance you get like a reset day tomorrow and then it continues from there. I like both setups a lot, but I just feel like I'm kind of overplaying my hand by thinking these are all going to bounce continuously. There's two things that are on my mind. It's, well, not even news related, but like SPY itself has room above its head here. Banks, I think this is where I'm getting most of my bias from. The fact that today they opened up to 50% of the gap, they've actually done really fucking well. So it just feels like, again, another chart where it feels like some upsides right above its head. The only thing I think that actually scares me outside of, like, of course, Iran news is Goldman Sachs. Today they had underwhelming start to the earnings season for the financial sector, which is a little bit of a red flag, to be honest with you. They beat on the numbers. I think they lost on the guidance, if I remember reading that correctly. Let's double check that. I mean, damn, they're talking about how it's priced in. Never mind. So that's another thing that I think that kind of scares me. That I might have a little too much bias on XLF stocks just because the beginning of their earnings season's beginning. So I'm kind of led to believe that they will just go up into earnings and fall after earnings, which is very true of XLF stocks. It just happened to GS. I mean, it literally just happened. So I don't know. That's my thought process on V. And then Adobe is tech related. So it's going to be very heavily focused on if tech continues pumping, because tech is producing a pretty fat ass Hulk handle today. Can't lie. It does have room up to the next level, but it's, it's in its parking spot perfectly, I'd say. So it's a little hard to say yes, it's continuing 100%. It is a little bit more bullish than bearish right now, but I feel like it's just easy to say that because there's a green candle on the screen. We're perfectly at resistance. So I think that's one thing that's holding me back on Adobe. But yeah, so that's my thought process. Anybody have any thoughts on those? Clips are obsolete. People use magazines now. God. If I could put two hands on another person through the screen right now. I mean, good one. Nah, for real though, you're gonna need all of ice to stop me from grabbing you through the monitor. Adobe or Visa? Visa or Adobe? I ask Ace what he wants to swing. We get no response. What a son of a gun. I mean, who does this guy think he is? A pet detective? What a clown. Clips, ammo, brand new Beretta. I did say I was going to end the stream. That was at like 12:30, 12:40. It's now 1:46. We really pushed through. That Chick-fil-A sandwich, I think, gave me what I needed. Plus, it's Monday. Might as well do a big boy stream. I am sorry to anybody I faked out thinking I was ending stream earlier, though. I have done that a lot, though. If you've gone in my Monday or Tuesday streams, there's so many times where people are like, okay, see you later, man. And then I just keep streaming for some stupid reason. I like keep going for hours and they've like been out of here the whole time. I do feel bad for those people that may or may not be getting faked out by my like exit cues when I talk about ending stream, but then I don't. What's up, Letterbuck? How you doing, bro? You know me just talking to myself. If you just got in here, you just missed the sector TA, went over spy, and then I went over Visa and Adobe that I kind of like for long swings. If we do like the continuation for spy and XLK. And then I was kind of looking at some healthcare stocks that I like for downside. There's a couple staple stocks that look good for downside, but I don't know. I haven't called out a swing in 12 days. There's been a good reason for that, though. I don't think anybody's complaining either. At least you can trust that I'm not just going to spam signals just because the market's moving. I didn't like that it wasn't consistent direction of, movement. So that's why I kind of chilled out on that. Plus, I don't want to go in there and be like, yeah, guys, I'm so confident in this when I'm really behind the screen like, damn, dude, I'm low-key scared of this swing. I want to be confident if I'm going to post something. I do also like the potential of us just shorting MO a second time in a row. But I don't like that options chain as much. Like, Eli Lilly's good. It's just a bit pricey. A bit pricey it is. Visa, XLF related. Kind of like for short-term upside at 312. And then Adobe, we talked about this with the EMA stuff. It just has room to the 21, which is kind of just like scooping across the top of this right here. But yeah. Also, thank you guys again. Over 250 views on today's stream. Basically 30 likes. That's kind of a W. So shout out to you guys. We did have a fair share of like new people show up today and the 2 weeks ago stream. Pretty cool. If you guys are looking at anything too, feel free to share. Doing all right. I've been listening in. But I did miss most of the morning. All good. All good, boss. It's probably insufferable to come in here and listen to me for so long. I respect that. I'm a little impressed by this end of day move. Me sitting here hoping it wasn't going to move a lot more to further increase my, oh shit, are we really going to keep going up fear? I really do like the Adobe and Visa setup. I really want to take the... Was it Adobe or Visa that I liked more? I'll know as soon as I see the chain. I think it was Visa, actually. Yeah, because the 210 or the 315 was the only one that made sense. I don't know though. Could also just gamble coin calls. That's always fun, right? Just kidding. Dude, Tech's kicking ass. Tech is kicking ass. Dude, Data J's rage baiting. A bunch of banks have earnings this week. Dude, did Ace get the login information to your fucking desktop or something? Or phone or whatever you're on? I smiled pretty big when I read that message and I did not know who sent it at first. I'm just kidding, of course. That one wasn't intentional? There's no way. Bro, I like literally was talking for maybe like an hour and a half straight, it felt like, before I walked away for a second. And half of that conversation was me talking about bank earnings, kicking it off. I even did a fun little question at the beginning. That was fucking funny. I read that and I low-key thought it was Ace saying a bunch of banks have earnings this week. Like, I read that in the voice that I make up in my head that I think sounds like Ace, but it doesn't. Ace doesn't have a bad voice to make fun of, so it's like I have to like make up one in my head. I hate you, you're annoying sounding, but in reality he's like the chillest guy you've ever heard in your life. I haven't heard him in a long time because he doesn't like me anymore, but you know how that should go. The other comments were people use magazines now. That clip of Moist Critical is gonna forever live on the internet. They're not called clips. They're called magazines. And then he like shoves on a huge gun on the screen, like, okay, whoa, whoa. Dude, Microsoft, don't tell Micro this, but Microsoft actually looks pretty good for upside. Don't tell Micro that. Dear God, someone speaks something positive about Microsoft. Even if just from a chart POV, you know? Bro's a D tier hater. Bro created a collegiate league for hating on Microsoft. There's a level there no matter how you chalk it up. That's crazy. Okay. I felt like it was between two levels when I had it charted on this other one. Like that. So I wanted to confirm if it lines up with like fibs at all, and it does feel the same way even with fibs. Damn, does that look good though? Why is there nothing here though? There's no way there's not a fib there from the drawdown. There's that one. That one's way down here. This is a crazy looking chart, man. Like, it feels like they're trying to fake you out. Like, these candles were all invented to fake you out. It's got a fat ass hammer. It's got like a tiny little baby hammer. And then a bunch of BS in between. I say BS because this is a BS candle, wick, wick, small body candle, wick, wick, small body candle. And they're sandwiching the only candle that makes sense between them. So in all, it's all just a bunch of hoopla right here. I think he swung a large size of Microsoft put, so hopefully he's okay. It's okay. He's normally doing he's normally selling options. So bro either owns 100 shares of Microsoft at some crazy ass price, or he genuinely got out with his premium. If he's doing something other than that, then yeah, good luck. I don't know. I feel like I'm crazy for wanting to call out a long on like Adobe or Visa. Like, it doesn't it just feel like news is gonna come out randomly? Or is that what they want us to think? Insert creepy music. What's the next ceiling above? Yeah, good question. Let's see. I don't know. It is crazy how much we've moved. I need to find that ATR indicator, but I promise we're like through our ATR, and it's crazy because we've only used a third of our volume. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably just say around 685. If I had to just throw a number out, I'd just say 685. I don't know if I have a level charted there or not. I don't want to make anything up either, but I would just say 685 if you had to. Yeah, 685 sounds good. Or whatever level you just said, honestly, isn't the worst. I don't really have a level there, though, I'll be honest. It's kind of crazy how much movement we've seen today. It's kind of freaking me out a little bit, I'm not going to lie. Because we're going up and there's actually a lot of bad news. I know some people in here don't want to hear that or don't agree with it, maybe, but it's the truth. I mean, we have nothing but bad news in the market. Banks earnings started, and it started out being underwhelming, which normally leads larger rotation cycles like tech to follow. I mean, the Iran news didn't get better, it's worse. So it feels like we're pumping to get to a better spot so they can start shorting from that worse news once it drops. But the question for you and me, someone who doesn't have that knowledge, is would you rather go long short term now or just wait and go short again and then wait for it to go down one more time and then, do your thing then? So it feels like we're just going up off of buy the rumor, sell the news, which is exactly what I explained on bank earnings. And that's exactly what started happening. It happened on Goldman Sachs today, which a lot of people don't realize. Banks, a lot of the time, lead the market. Maybe not in terms of like, oh my God, it's up the most, but in terms of when it goes up, things follow it. When it goes down, things follow it. So if the earnings season for that sector starts out and it's underwhelming and things are bad and we still have this looming Iran Trump news with the Strait and stuff, it kind of makes you think like, damn, maybe we are just going up off of, buy the rumor, sell the news. So we'll see. And if we keep going up, I'm happy to be wrong. I'll actually gladly be wrong on that because, we've been buying dollar cost averaging on multiple stocks in my chat for multiple months now. So it's not like we haven't been, doing our fair share of going long as well. So trust me, I'll gladly be wrong. If they said end of the war right here, right now, I would not complain a single second. So I guess it's kind of how I'm handling it. I won't lie, though, I really want to call out Visa. I can't believe it's 2 o'clock, dude. I had no intention of going this long on stream. I don't know who was talking to me in stream, but one of you said something and it really got me to stay on. It was around like 12:40 my time. Because 12:40, I was low-key like, all right, I'm getting off. But then something was said or a conversation was started, I don't remember, and it got me to stay. Shout out to whoever that was. I got to go over a lot more stuff, too. I don't expect anybody to go through the entirety of the stream, but I would like for someone to randomly click on a part of it and then be like, oh, he's talking about something. They can actually hear me go over something. IWM less than 3% from all-time high. Bro, keep preaching the great name of IWM. Keep preaching the good word. People will sit there and cry about the S&P and forget small caps exist. Keep preaching the good word. XOK is on flipping fire today. Mother flipping fire today. It's a mother hecking dragon. Dude, am I fucking crazy for saying Visa? Oh. What's up, Data J? What you up to? What's going on in the world of Data J? Maybe one day you'll get Twitter famous from your data, J. See what I did there? You can take ownership of all my data if you think it helps you. Somebody print that out right now. I don't want the Twitter fame either. I was just joking. Low key, I was with how pissed I get with people copying my old strategies. I don't want to share the data. Like, I think sharing some of the like cool, obvious stuff, like, hey, I wonder how much we go to this once we do this. Like, that's cool, but like, yeah, I don't want to share all of it online. To be honest with you. Let's go through some trending tickers. Holy. I see why this one's trending. Dude, imagine just shorting that right now. How fucking big of a pair of balls you'd have to have. Why is this trending today? Oh, that's why. Poor Palantir. That thing went to 200, man. That's crazy. 207. I swear, if we get more news tonight, I'm going to freak out. Everything's positioned like there's news coming out tonight. Things are at support. The reverses of those things are breaking and going lower. Tech stocks are near resistance with merely just all-time high resistances above them. A lot of them, like right here. It's like the perfect time for news. Everything looks clear. Am I tripping for saying that? I feel like I'm not that far out there by saying that. No hate to Trump or Iran. I'm not even trying to like draw it in like that. It does feel like some crazy news is about to come out. Like that, like staple stock rejecting with the tech stock breaking out. It's like literally what I just said. Bro, why is EA a $200 stock? Y'all are tripping. Is this because we thought somebody was gonna buy them? I don't even remember why this is up anymore. If not this week, definitely next week, Data J. I feel like we get some downside news. When it comes to earnings, though, I'm actually kind of bullish. I'm just only a little recently bearish because of the Goldman Sachs underwhelming start to the financial news, which is not good. The financial earning report. We'll see, though. We will see. But yeah, I definitely think so. If not this week, next week. And look, another tech stock with earnings soon. Like, you're going to start seeing this a lot more. Now that banks started popping up, you're going to start seeing a lot of earnings start popping up. Damn, Lululemon's way down here. That's crazy. I thought that'd be way up higher. Nike at 42. Dude, Tech is fucking killing it today. IWM kind of killing it today, not gonna lie. They're, I mean, in spitting distance of all time high. If they were to spit, they would see all time high. All right, I think I'm going to end the stream there. I haven't really been saying anything because I think I'm just out of it. If I get a swing, I'll post it in chat. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys again for the long stream. Thank you guys again for 30 likes on the stream. Almost 300 clicks on today's stream is nuts. Seriously appreciate you guys. Thank you guys again. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Love you all. And yeah, see ya.